Testing, testing. Let's make sure that the mic is on. All right. It's all good. How are you guys doing this afternoon? How are you guys doing? Yes, we lost a legend. A legend. George Ellis Johnson, or George G. Johnson, passed away recently, just a few days ago, like a week ago, on the 6th of July. Yeah, happened to be born the same year as my maternal grandmother, 1927, representing the late GI generation. Also representing, like my family, part of the Great Migration. Now, let me see. His family, they were part of the migration to Chicago from Mississippi. Just like with George E. Johnson here, his family being from Mississippi, like my family from Mississippi, also migrating to Chicago. But I believe that his family represented, or his people represented, that first wave of migration to Chicago, that migration after World War One, and many of those persons who migrated to Chicago after World War One, in the 1910s, 1920s, most of them planted on the south side of Chicago. Okay. And established communities. Yes, communities in Chicago, along within what was referred to as the Black Belt of Chicago. Now, my family represented the second wave after World War II. My family coming to Chicago like in the early 1950s. My mother being born in Mississippi in the late 1940s after World War II. Yeah. So, however, my grandmother was born the same year. All of my grandparents, they represented the late GI generation, bordering the because my grandparents were actually older than Martin Luther King. They're all of my parents are deceased now. But yeah, my family, like I said, on my mama's side, they're from Mississippi. My daddy's side from Alabama. I was born in Chicago. Most of my family, my immediate family definitely, and on my maternal and paternal family, mostly migrated to Chicago. Although we also have family in California, et cetera, et cetera. But anyways, yes, Chicago legend, an American legend, and entrepreneur and leader, businessman, visionary, George E. Johnson has passed. I'm glad that he was able to make it to 99. Yes, it's something to think, though, that next year my grandmama would have been 100 years old if she had lived, but she passed in 2006. Sad to say. But I'm going to get back. I'm just taking advantage, since this is what will attract y'all. I'm just taking advantage. I don't need to talk about Tariq Nasheed to talk about George Ellis Johnson, but I am going to purposely take advantage of this with this live stream, and also making a point. Okay, so I'm going to get back around to, hold on, Now, one comment that I've noticed that been left in my comment section and my more recent live streams on Tariq Nasheed, they leave the same comment over and over and over, knowing doggone well that my issue is not with Black Americans whether you want to refer to yourself as FBA or whatever. My issue is not with Black Americans acknowledging their lineage, history, heritage, and culture. All right? As long as hopefully the information is correct and accurate, or as factual as you can find. But why on earth would I have a problem with that? You see, they keep leaving these posts to deflect from the points that I'm actually making. You see, you can't trust, as Johnny Cochran would have said, you can't, as a late great Johnny Cochran would have said, you can't trust the message, however, if you can't trust the messenger. And is this even the message of FBA? Is it even the message of FBA to acknowledge? Is this just about acknowledging our lineage, history, heritage, and culture, let's say, separate from other demographics of quote unquote Black people who would be categorized as Black or Negro, even, like Africans, those who are direct African descendants? All right. Who says that anything? Who on earth? I want to know. Please point to where I said it's wrong to acknowledge your history, your heritage, and make a distinction. Who says? Who said that was wrong? Hey, how you doing? Warriors are the best. Let me know if you can hear me. Who said that? So, they're only, and a lot of times these people, they want to click into the video. Yeah, I know that my live streams, videos, they can be rather long. I understand that. But if you cannot listen to what it is that I'm saying, because obviously they do not. I started off the live stream. I said, let me do a test. I started off the live stream going in great detail about my background. Okay? I am not although my ancestors obviously were connected with the African continent, okay, ancestry DNA results, they are going to match you up with current populations, Now, it doesn't totally reflect migration, but it gives you an idea, at least, of what's been going on in the last couple of centuries. You understand? I understand. I know that we are of Yasharel. I know. But anyways, yeah. However, I am not what Tariq Nasheed would decide to refer to as a tether. But you know what? If y'all want to call me that, I don't care. As long as I'm not you. As long as I'm not any of you. Slow. Very slow. Okay? As long as I'm not an agent. As long as I'm not a Decepticon up in here. As long as I'm not a bot, a paid sub. As long as I'm not on some BS. As long as I'm not fake. I'll be that tether or whatever you want to call me. All right. But see, that just goes to show. And it's very, very embarrassing. These people are claiming to represent Black Americans. Like the person who was up in my live stream claiming that the West Indies is not a part of the Americas. Okay. When, yeah. Not only is it a part of the Americas, it is part of, we share the same continent, North America. Okay. The DNA test results match me up with the 95%. By 95%, I am matched up. My DNA, test results, I'm matched up with the population, with populations in sub-Saharan Africa. However, I am a descendant of those who were enslaved in the Americas, who were said to have been taken from the shores of West Africa. In other words, there's not this significant amount of admixture, non-Negro admixture in me, basically. Okay, that's basically what it's saying. Okay, all right. Yeah, I totally agree with you. These supporters are trolls, bots, ignorant agents of white supremacy. And I want to believe, I have to believe that they are just trolls, bots, and agents, because it is, I really don't want to believe that they are this ignorant and they are this, willfully blind. All right. So in a way, it's kind of better for me to believe that they are like just trolls and agents and bots and paid subs. Please tell me that you're getting paid for this. Please. Because I don't want to believe that this y'all really believe that, what you claim, Tariq Nasheed, and a lot of, this whole FBA, please tell me you don't believe that he has these sincere intentions for our people. Okay. And yeah, you can tell that they're not listening. They want to come and post. That's why when their posts have become redundant, because they want to spam your comment section. And see, you're not going to embarrass me. You're not going to embarrass my channel and what I represent. You're not going to spam. I don't want foreigners coming in my comment section thinking that this is how Black Americans think. No, no, I'm sorry. I know I shouldn't care about such things, but yeah, I do. You're not gonna, no, you don't represent. No, sorry. I know that's what y'all want to make it appear as if this is what the average Black American is thinking on such things, sitting around, looking for any and every opportunity to roast the tether. Okay. But yeah, and I'm going to get back to speaking on George Ellis Johnson, most definitely. But let me address the fake concern. Okay, like you have someone in my comment section. Okay, yeah, and I noticed, now I didn't listen to this, I don't, but I am going to respond. And I'll let you know if I'm not listening. But I'm just going to respond to this topic title alone, because this is the question that they keep asking. And I've listened to Tariq Nasheed long enough to know what's up, to know what to expect by now. Okay. But yeah. But the comments here, the thing is, if y'all are not going to listen, trust me, I've listened to Tariq Nasheed, and also my husband and I have even supported him monetarily. So we've listened to him long enough to know what's up, to know what to expect. However, for those of you, I'm going to let you know right now, if you can't respond to what it is that I'm actually pointing out, I'm going to just remove your comment. I don't care how you try to sound sincere and no. I know when you're full of crap. Okay? I know when you're full of crap and you're just trying to deflect. Someone posted to me, it's not about identifying with the term with the term FBA. The term is the result of people who identify with being ancestrally Black Americans or African Americans. Families are okay. Well, hold on. This is a run and on sentence. Okay, you gotta learn when y'all leave these posts. Okay, you gotta know about. I don't mean to throw shade, but we need. I need to see some periods and commas. Okay. Because this is a running on sentence. Okay, all right, let me try to read this again. It's not about identifying with the term FBA. The term is there's no comma. The term, no comma, no hyphen, no semicolon, nothing. The term is the result of people who identify with being ancestrally Black Americans. African American families are foundational to the United States. That's it. That's all. Some people, no periods, no commas. Some people have a history that goes back further than the Civil War. Some people have a history that goes back before the formation of the country. Yeah. And that's not really what y'all talking about. But anyways, you want to, now you all of a sudden want to give me these history lessons in the comment. But when I go, but we're going to see. We're going to see if this is really what FBA is about. Okay, this is not hard to understand that people have different identities. Yeah, no shit, Sherlock. I talk about this a lot, especially in talking about who we are as Yasharel and making. I know all about delineation. Like I talked about this in responding to the Woman King film, and it sparked a lot of discussion. Yeah, so trust me, I know about this. All right, this is not hard to understand that people have different identities, but relate to each other and don't believe all the same things. Yeah. Thanks for enlightening me on something I already knew. This is human nature. Oh my gosh! It's like where are the periods, comments? You can't go. We don't all believe the same. That's another thing too. These people, they must be speaking their comments. They must be allowing how they do this stuff now with Chat GPT and AI. They must not be like literally typing comments anymore. They've made things just too dang inconvenient because I'm having a hard time. Like, okay, you got to put periods and commas and semicolons and hyphens. You can't just put things in parentheses. But okay. All right, people all don't believe the same things. There's no period. This is human nature in every country, in every ethnicity. No period, no comma. No capitalization. Nobody speaks for everyone, but people can agree on a mutual identity and respect. Oh, that sounds all nice and dandy. That's all. So now that I've read this comment, only reason I want to keep this comment up is because Terrence here, he gave a good response. That's the only reason I will allow for this comment to stick. But this is a lot of fluff. Okay, it's a lot of feel good fluff. Just like here with this, why is it okay? Why can't we talk about this? Oh my gosh, who says you can't talk about it? You have been making money, right? Have you not, Tariq, been making money talking about not just mostly history that you would consider tether history, like Moorish history and history of the Moors, Iberian Moors and everything, Egyptian and Kemetic history and all of that, but with your Hidden Color series. Okay, now I guess with the microphone check, that I guess you can try to claim that as being FBA history, but yeah. Okay, who says that it's not okay? Who said it's not okay to talk about? Yeah, again, Tariq Nasheed asked, why is it okay for everyone to acknowledge their lineage except FBA? And he, of course, now I am not FBA. I am not under the trademark, which is trademark, which is patented, FBA. I am not under that. Yeah, and it was patented from the jump. Unlike African Americans, which has been referenced for decades before people decided to use it as part of their product or service or whatever. Yeah. Now, okay, so he's saying, why is it okay for everyone to acknowledge their lineage except FBA? And by that, he believes he's speaking for all of Black Americans. So let's restate this question. Why is it okay for everyone to acknowledge their lineage except for Black Americans, those who he consider FBA? All right, when did anyone say that it's not okay to acknowledge your lineage, your heritage, your history, your culture? Who said that wasn't okay? It's just like when I had my little confrontations with a specific mixed light skin sector referred to, supposedly representing mixed light skin. It was very, very inclusive. Yeah, that was another thing. I had to address them. No, just please stop speaking for me. Stop speaking for me. Now, if you want to speak for biracial, stop Stop. And they can't do that. They just cannot do that. They will not do that. They will not do that. They continue. Instead of just speaking, they'll tell me don't speak for them, but they continue to want to speak for me. Being a person who just happened to be of a lighter complexion. But like I said, if it was just about, let's say, acknowledging the achievements and the history and the heritage, or even actually making the delineation. What is okay? Again, let's find out one more time. What is delineation? Delineation is the act of tracing the outline. This is now an AI, a quick AI response coming from Merriam-Webster Dictionary. Delineation is the act of tracing the outline, describing in detail, or marking the boundary of something, whether drawing a map, setting the limits of a job, or painting a portrait. Delineation brings clarity and exactness to a concept, physical space, or visual object. Okay. Here we go. The act of outlining or representing something with lines or words, the act of delineating. All right. Like, if you, there is nothing. Okay. All right. They're giving an example here, like in the case of delineation of a scene, or the delineation of the territories allotted to the 7 tribes of Israel. Okay. They're giving you examples. All right. Like this is our border. This is your border. There's nothing necessarily wrong with delineation. However, what they are doing is more, it's more about divestment. They are divesting, Okay. Divest, Merriam-Webster. This is more of what they're doing, or part of what they're doing, along with just insulting and roasting and making these comparisons and stuff. Divesting, to divest, to take something as property, authority, or right away from someone, or something, deprive, dispossess. And it's a verb. Specifically, to deprive or dispossess oneself of property as through government ordered divestiture. Okay. And why do I say that? Because, it's like this idea of we're taking back hip hop. We're taking, you understand, to sever one's ties with, in a sense. Yeah. And some can say, well, what's wrong with that? But anyway, but they use the term, they use the term, instead of divesting, they use delineation. All right. Now, like I said, going back to, I want to forgive the name despite the name of this title, and I'm sorry for sharing this. I was curious. I found this yesterday, this live stream. I'm not sure. I'm not familiar with this channel, but I listened into some of it. I got to listen to the rest, and they'll make some hella good points. I know the title of this video, Delineate These Nuts. I was curious. I said, let me see what this is about. I clicked in. Holipsism, if I'm saying the channel name correctly. I'm not familiar with the channel. This is my first time seeing this, but I was very curious after seeing the title it is. But I want to share some of what they said. This discussion of Black power in America is above the pay grade of foundational Black Americans. Okay. But some very, very, by these brothers, I got to listen to the rest though. Some very, very good points were made. But so they're saying, okay, why is it okay for everyone to acknowledge their lineage except FBA, or who Tariq Nasheed refers to as foundational Black Americans? Well, see, the issue is, if that's what you were actually doing, I would have no problem with that. Now, why? Why? Because I'm going to take this question as rhetorical. Because doggone well, this is a rhetorical question. Because, but I'm still going to respond. Doggone well that's not the issue. And it was the same thing like with the golden sphere. If that's really what you were doing, if that's really what was going on, that wouldn't really be an issue. Now, it would only be an issue if I feel like I got it correct. Wait. This person, y'all claiming that this person, if they, if you're sharing information that is not accurate or factual, or that I may disagree with, then there may be an issue. But as long as the information that you're sharing is accurate, to our knowing, factual to our knowing, and facts don't always equate the truth, but factual to our knowing and can't be debunked, what issue would I have with that? What issue would I have with that? What issue would we have with that? Okay, but let's see. Since they claim that, okay, this is all that they're doing, and they want to leave these comments knowing doggone well that's not the issue. Is that what they're doing? Is that what they're focused? So why don't we check out, okay, like I typed in FBA in quotation, see what's coming up. FBA boycott is growing as African content creators get added. Okay. Godfrey's a big problem. Oh gosh. How's he a big problem? All the ish that's going on in this world and in this country alone, in my city alone, in this, in your city alone. All that's going on. Godfrey is the big problem. Seriously? How can FBAs fix? Yeah, okay. Let me see. Let's check out some of these channels. I don't know if these are let's check out some of these channels. Let's see. Let's see if these channels, okay. Now there's nothing necessarily wrong with making a delineating or making clarification or drawing a line or just distinguishing yourself or distinguishing a demographic. Okay. And sometimes you will have to make comparisons, doesn't necessarily have to be for better or for worse. You don't have to put these comparisons on levels. But it's understood that sometimes these comparisons may have to, like if we're talking about, well, the difference between Black American food versus, African food or Nigerian food, or you understand that, yeah, sometimes, you don't always have to say what's better, what's worse, that's not always necessary, but yeah, there's nothing necessarily wrong with that. But I would expect for there to be, from these channels supposedly representing FBA, okay, what I would expect to see is we should see videos at least once a week celebrating the life and the legacy of, let's say, a great Black, a foundational, as Tariq would call it, Black American past and present. I should see that at least, like, especially considering that they're regularly uploading videos. Like, okay, yeah, it's hard to figure out my channels now, especially after losing 4 channels, and I've had to put all my dang on videos after getting this channel back. They came at my channel after years of this channel being taken away from me. They came back at my channel soon as I got the channel back. Well, I didn't get it back. Obviously, a troll who was, well, I explained that to y'all. So they came in my channel right away at a video I did in 2013. So I was like, I had to put everything on private. But for those who are familiar with my channel or my channels, and I've been here since 2008, and you could easily tell that I'm the things I'm passionate about. Now, I never claimed to be a channel just about, I just about history or just about, but you can tell by my channel, I'm a person who's passionate about music. I'm very nostalgic. I am passionate about our history, not just Black American history, but what I believe is Black history, and even more so specifically, Yasharel. You can tell that I'm very much into music. I'm into hip hop. Remember, I did before you had microphone check. I gave y'all, and I'm sure Tariq Nasheed checked it out. I gave you the little hip hop. Oh yeah, and I didn't get paid for this. I didn't. There was no fundraiser. This is just what I did. I had hold on. For those who don't know, I got a history. I had to. Let me see. Where's my all of my all these going down memory lane, my old channel stuff. Hold on. Give me a sec, y'all. All my little throwbacks. Back down memory lane. Thank goodness, I was able to screenshot before losing. Oops. Before you may hear kids in the background, I'm asking them quietly, made them lunch and all, and did everything. It's going to be quiet for me. But I'd rather hear kids loud and playing than just. Oh wait, wrong picture. Yeah. Had to blur something because for a minute it was like you couldn't say black. Yeah, but you see, and I was getting a good amount of views here too. Tyler Perry, Gerald Levert, on the ancient Egyptians. Yeah, some of my classics, and you can see the views that a sister was getting once upon a time. That was a very long time ago. A video on defensive pebbles, TLC. Egyptian versus biblical chronology, the worshipers debunking David Duke and the Black myth. So you can see that I'm a person very passionate about actually defending our people. Actually defending. Okay. Yeah, and you'd see, and I love, my music related content. Once upon a time, my little ode to R&B guy groups, girl groups, house music. I used to also do little mixes, put together little mixes up in here. Yeah, so you could tell the things. Oops, I don't know why. That once upon a time that I was, Biz Markie, Def had me past Nucleus, showing you he was like building communities, civil rights pioneer. You can see right here. Gloria Richardson, rest in peace. Whitney Houston. Yeah, notice you. Now, yes, I have videos where I'm confronting these agents, Sonetta or Satan. But you can see that I'm also passionate about our people, not just when they're dead now, not just when they're dead. But, a lot of these videos are on private, or I just had to remove losing channels, them coming at me. But yeah, just some throwback stuff. You can tell my channel's things that I'm kind of passionate about. And you can also see all the strikes in my videos after videos, showing you how they keep striking my damn channels and removing them. Yes, back down memory lane. But anyway, you can see what I'm about, right? And I never claimed to be this. Yeah, Yeah, I just talk on. I'm not part of any code, any sector, any clique. I'm just just hearing things from a sister's perspective. But you can tell I'm passionate about defending Black women, Black people. And only time you really see me confronting, feeling that I gotta go at certain YouTubers like Tommy Sotomayor, Cynthia G, the Golden Sphere. It's been these ones. It's been mainly these ones representing the Spears, who I feel are being unnecessarily divisive and deceptive. These agents of chaos and division. Okay, but yeah. My channel is not one dimensional. That's why I say beware of these really one dimensional channels. Now, it's one thing, there are people who come up in here and they're like, okay, I'm about crafting. So this is what you're going to expect. There's a brother, got he has a channel where he's performing, so, he's into bass guitar, and so he's performing. So I know that's what I'm going to expect. I'm going to expect that. Okay, that this is what they're going to solely be about, bass guitar. And no, I'm sorry. Tariq is not my daddy. He is not my God. He is not my deity. I am not a hashtag. You are a hashtag. Don't put me under no acronym. You gonna tell me? That's like telling me you are the Johnson family. Accept it. Deal with it. What? No, I'm not under Tariq Nasheed's patent. I'm not under this trademark. No, I'm sorry. I'm not part of your brand or your agenda. I'm not a part of your brand or your agenda. Sorry. This isn't even on the census. Now, I have to accept, even though I feel that we need to be referencing ourselves as Yasharel, but by census, by law, I am Black American. And that's okay. I'm cool with that. Even though I do feel that we need to now time to elevate to Yasharel and representing Yah. And this is not about me rejecting our beautiful melanin. Absolutely not. But yeah, anyways, we get back to anybody who's familiar. Yeah, I'm very nostalgic. I love music. I've done I've also given history lessons on. I've been in YouTube since 2008. I particularly talked about hip hop and promoting hip hop, but also exposing those. So I do exposing too. Don't get me wrong. I call people out too. I confront, like with my Eminem series. But it really is. And I ain't get paid a dime for any of this. I had videos getting averaging 50 to 100,000 views. Such videos. But oh my gosh, these kids. They're fine. They playing. But wait, hold on. No, let me just let them, because I asked though. But yeah, I love children. Like I said, I'd rather hear kids screaming and acting a fool and having fun than face all in a dang on phone or something, or a tablet. But anyways, okay, like I said, okay, so they're saying give me a second, because they're too close to this door. Okay, press one if you hear me loud enough, clear enough. Yeah. Oh, and let me just do this. In case, because I know I'm going to share something on George E. Johnson. Federal law allows citizens to reproduce, distribute, or exhibit portions of copyrighted motion pictures, videotapes, or video discs under certain circumstances without authorization of the copyright holder. This is called fair use and is allowed for purposes of criticism, news reporting, teaching, and parody, which doesn't infringe of copyright under 17 U.S.C. 107. That's the FBI warning. Copyright disclaimer: under Section 107 of the Copyright Act 1976, allowance is made for fair use for purposes such as criticism, comment, news reporting, teaching, scholarship, and research. Fair use is a use permitted by copyright statute that might otherwise be infringing. Nonprofit, educational, or personal use tips the balance in favor of fair use. All right, we got that out the way. Okay, so like I said, they're saying, now whining, why can't we acknowledge our and a lot of this is it's about he's trying to tap into this puffed up pride. And I do understand now why the scriptures speak against pride. I remember that's what my auntie, who was Jehovah's Witness, would show me the scriptures about pride. Black, being that, my mother, who was not Jehovah's Witness, she believed in the Bible, but she didn't really go to church. But my mother was affiliated with Black Panthers in Chicago. Okay, going back to the 60s, late 60s. Yeah, my mom was in affiliation with them. So my mother was a very pro-Black woman. All right, and so I was raised, I had a lot of, and still got a lot of Black pride, although I am learning this and learning the scriptures more and more and more, even though I've known of the scriptures all my life, but in learning more and more and more, I am coming to a more of a spiritual awakening and understanding what my auntie was actually warning me about in regards to pride, because I was a very, a teenager, definitely by the time I was a teenager, very much like Michael Evans, the militant midget, very much when I was a teenager. Okay. And so my auntie would warn me, and I just kind of saw my auntie and uncle, who was Joe Winters. I kind of, not saying that I saw them as raccoons, but I'm just saying, because they had this kind of colorblind take. But at the same, my mama was right on things, but at the same time, my auntie and uncle and what they were showing me in the scriptures, they were right too. I understand. I get it, because you got to understand that if you notice in the Bible never speaks of pride in any sort of positive way. You never see the word pride in any positive context or anything promoting pride. There's scriptures like that say pride before the fall, and I understand, because a lot of times this pride, it really stems from insecurity. Pride and insecurity, even though it seemed like they're opposites, they're actually kind of synonymous. I mean, they're very much linked together. Okay. And I understand why we felt the need to shout decades ago, "I'm Black and I'm proud." I understand. But it came from us being stomped down. Like when white people, "Oh, what's wrong with us?" Shouting white pride. Well, they didn't experience what it's more understandable why we felt the need to shout, "I'm Black and I'm proud," a Black pride. Okay. Also, Black pride is not connected with a history of attacking white people or any other group of people. It's not unlike when you hear white pride, you think lynchings, you think burnings, bombings, you think oppression, discrimination. You can't say this that you can't say the same when you hear that. You feel the same when you hear Black pride. Okay. I don't think they're worried about anyone lynching them or discriminating against them or anything like that when they hear that. Okay. But I do understand that I'm getting an understanding that pride and insecurity is very much connected. And that's what Tariq Nasheed is playing on. But the thing is, he's not even really sharing information that should make you feel proud, whatever you believe that is. Okay. Because there are some people, it's just like how there are some women. I noticed that there were these women who follow, just like I had to point out with the Golden Sphere and these ones, because they were connected. And I'm gonna tell you, the only difference between the Golden Sphere, even though there's this talk on the mulattoes, the only difference is that with the Golden Sphere, they were targeting more so Black women. Okay, but I could go there because my, so I'm like, I'm peeping through some things, and some things sounding kind of familiar. Okay, it was okay when it was black females though. When it was, well, we sitting there talking about black women. That was okay. Yeah, because they stemmed from Soto Nation. They were all connected. But yeah, yeah, a lot. But there are some women, like those who followed Soto Nation. They feel that it is a compliment hearing other women get put down instead of focusing on their beauty and how they feel. See, that's that false sense of pride. They feel that they take this as a compliment. And I'm like, well, if your man is so in love with you, why do they keep talking about other women? Like I'm like this. I'd have to question if my man would continuously talking about other groups of women all the time. That have me. I'm like, I think you may be crushing a little bit. There may be a secret desire or something, right? But yeah, and you see now warriors are the best. What pride is now associated with. When I used to see like a T-shirt that said pride, I would instantly be thinking our people, black people. Now when you see a T-shirt that say pride, and they have taken Yah's symbol, the rainbow, and made it into something. Yeah, now when I see a T-shirt that say pride and it's all colorful and stuff, I'm not even thinking black first anymore. How you doing, Mr. K? Yeah, it's like all these, like I said, the spirit, it's all connected. All of this rhetoric, this cult-like rhetoric, it's all connected. It's all connected. But yeah, yeah, so like that, yeah, like I said, there are some people though, they believe, like I'm like I have to use the golden spirit, my experience with them as an example. They really see I mean, like what a lot of what I was witnessing, it was not about the history of light skin. It was only time they would talk about light skin or mixed people, whatever, is in when they just wanted to make this comparison, like we're better than you. Oh no, we originally did. Oh, and oh, this is proof. And they didn't even really do much of that because, like I said, Ronnie Spector had passed at that time when I was in my confrontation with these, with the spear, if you will. And I'm like, why don't y'all talk about Ronnie Spector? Why don't y'all, instead of continuously talking about how much black girls or dark skinned girls are jealous and all that? And I'm sorry, forgive me. I don't want to sit talking all day about how dark skinned females are supposedly so jealous. I'm so sorry because I know my name has been mentioned recently. And somebody who, I happened to allow on my panel and was cool, was cordial with and did not in any way disrespect. Sorry if I don't want to sit with you talking about, dark skinned women and how bad they are supposed to. I would have to be making up stories. I'm sorry. I'm not trying to discredit anybody else's story if they actually have these stories, but that's not my story. So it is what it is. And even if it was my story, I got more stories to tell. Okay. But no, it's not this. So this isn't really about defending yourself. This isn't really about promoting. The show ain't about promoting. Cause like I was like saying, like Ronnie Spector passed. She was a biracial. She was a legend in American music. The Ronettes and the earlier girl groups. Wasn't she another one linked with Cloud Base? No, no. But she had and I'm like, and they could have at least did something in obligation. And I'm like, they probably don't even know who Ronnie Spector is. And I'm not even going to use being young as an excuse because Ronnie Spector is actually before my time. I wasn't born in the 60s, but I know who she is. So you're supposed to know who that is. And if you don't, you need to look into it. They had no interest in doing that. It's understandable if you don't know, but there was like absolutely no interest. I would have definitely expected for them to have talked about Ronnie Spector and her passing and her life, not just her passing, but her life, her legacy. So I saw that, okay, this isn't about. Now there may be a few who, try to, do give a little history, but it was only about, just like with this microphone check. And since then, and see, this is another thing too. I guess you got to pay. You got to pay. Okay, so if he's going to give you an FBA history lesson, you're going to have to pay. You're going to have to definitely put up that money. When he should be using his platform regularly to talk about the Black achievement, since that's what he represents, right? Since that's what he is boldly representing now, then, and that's all that he wants to talk about now, then I should definitely be regularly seeing, and people should not have to pay and fund for that. If they want to, like, you got Truth Unedited, and people donate, they want to donate, and a lot of times we do want to donate. If you really care about your people. Yeah, I heard that Zendaya is supposed to play. Yeah. Yeah, I think she's a good choice. I think she's a pretty good choice. I'll definitely support that. Zendaya's cool. I think she'd be a great choice. Yeah. And I'm glad that, I don't know. It's a lot of these biopics I don't know if I can trust, but how you doing, Penizoy? Look, dark side, okay. We're not, no dark energy over here, so I got to remove you. There's no dark energy over here. And I'm talking dark. I'm talking I ain't talking melanin, beautiful melanin. I'm talking dark energy. I'm talking on the esoteric tip, if you will. Okay? So no, not bringing that dark energy over here. All right? And this ain't no this ain't no colorism talk now. Like, this globe, globe light, like, really, dude. Okay, but none of that type of dark energy over here. So that's actually what when they decide to refer to us as Black people, it wasn't just about our melanin. It was something a little more esoteric that I'm coming to a realization and understanding of. But anyways, yeah, so this is the thing. Are they acknowledging Black American history and heritage and contributions past, present? Is that what's really going on with these channels and with these people in YouTube? And I can only imagine TikTok, and I'm just talking YouTube because that's my last stop in social media. I don't know. I may have no choice the way they be coming at my channels unexpectedly, but to go to if I do decide to keep it going in social media. But this is pretty much all I've known when it comes to making videos. I tried TikTok with like one video. I don't know. I'm just not feeling it. I just feel it's for younger. But it seemed like it's like YouTube has been totally co-opted. But yeah, looking at these channels and I noticed that they love these AI thumbnails. Nothing necessarily wrong with that, but okay. Now, I'm not mad at them if they want to talk about political issues, what's going on in the world, blah, 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 blah. But, okay, maybe I'll check this out. FBA, show evidence. I'm going to check this out, see if I can respond. Okay, by the way, this is Water God TV, because, everybody's jumping on this. And they're popping up. These people I've never seen before, they popping up, and then, bam, overnight, they got like thousands and thousands of subscribers. Even though I haven't seen these, yeah. But it's like, people being planted in YouTube. But anyways, all right, maybe I'll check this out. FBAs show evidence of indigenous Black American origin. Okay, I'm going to check that out. And I hope they're not going to just be providing me with some AI images as proof, but we'll see. Yeah, that'll be a challenge for me. But just something, let's see if I'll learn something. Let's see if I'll learn something. Okay. Yeah, why? All right. How feminism, remember when I talked about that manosphere as well as that red pill, that red Republican, red Edom, that connection with a lot of these FBA channels, even though they do got the token. Oh, wait. Hey, love, Joe. Yeah, they were able to find a female token to make it look balanced with this FBA rhetoric. Okay, I'm looking. I'm trying to be fair. Looking through this channel here. Okay, Juneteenth hat tethers. All right, from what I'm seeing, it's not as bad as the others, but I don't really see this. But I'm gonna check out at least that one video. I can't say that I'm really seeing all this promotion of Black American history, heritage, culture, past, present. I can't say that that's really what I'm picking up. Like I said, even if they're not, Tariq Nasheed claimed they are not representing a religion. That's what they claim, even though they are very cult-like. However, they definitely represent. They are different. This is definitely, I believe, part of a political agenda. Although the agenda is not doing anything in our favor. This is not about a pursuit of reparations, as they claim. Okay, and so this person here who's talking about Godfrey M.H. Blackwell is a big problem. Godfrey is a big problem. How? How is Godfrey this big problem? But anyways, do I dare take the time and listen to that? Okay, Al Sharpton and liberal again, more of this right wing. They're so busy. And when did Black folks? When did we ever get caught up in all that talking about the liberals? And I'm not saying it's like either we vote or we don't. But when did we get caught up in these lefties? When did we get it sounding like the Rush Limbaughs and stuff? It's like you got Black folks trying too hard to prove to white people. I don't know. Like, when did we start getting caught up in all that kind of talk? Whether we vote or not, whether we support politicians or not. Because with us, for the most part, it's either we gonna vote or we're not. But we never really got caught up in all that talk on the liberals versus the conservatives and all that. We never really, you know what I'm saying? These commies, we're sounding like how white folks were sounding decades prior, these commies. Where we get all caught up in this kind of talk? Okay, They weren't talking about Godfrey, then talking about Al Sharpton, Black American, but talking about him in a negative. I guess he disagrees with Al Sharpton because he's Democrat, liberal, or whatever, poverty pimps. Okay. I mean, I myself have also called out some of these ones who are misleading, whether they're Democrat, Republican, or whatever they call themselves. Okay. But he's talking about another Black American, Floyd, right? Floyd Mayweather Jr. But again, negative is the Black Antichrist. So I guess the only time y'all want to talk about Black Americans is when they are Black Americans who you disagree with. That's the only time y'all want to talk about Black Americans, is if these Black Americans are Democrats or liberal. Those are only, and when you want to say something negative against them, that's the only time y'all want to God, Jay-Z, another Black American, I believe. Yeah. Jay-Z made a terrible mistake. Okay. Okay, you got on Godfrey. Okay, talking about Drake. Carmelo Anthony and Austin Metcalf both earned what they got. What do you mean by that? Okay, great. Something on Muhammad Ali. I'm hoping it's positive. It's probably just going to be making these comparisons. I'm talking about it. Okay. Talking about the ish people. All right. Talking about P. Diddy, Black American, but negative. So it seems what I'm seeing here, the only time that Black Americans, for the most part, are being talked about, the foundational Black Americans, it seems like the only time they being talked about is when it's something negative, like somebody you disagree with, somebody who is just seem to be just negative, right? Yes, Malcolm X, he did. I'm talking to, oh gosh, you gotta always find something. Okay, yeah, I guess you got me. Yes, he did talk about we have to be, even with these beatniks. Yes, Malcolm X did talk about we need to be careful with these liberals. Yes, he did talk about this. Yes, I guess you got me here. Yes, Malcolm X, he did talk about. I'm talking, I'm saying I have talked about this. I have also talked about this. I'm talking about the way what I'm seeing now. Like I just listened to a podcast yesterday, or not a podcast. I just listened to Haven Bullets shared. That's why I'm saying this. The way that Black people are talking about it now, they're sounding like these white conservatives. Yeah, always got to get me, huh? It's okay. Maybe I should play some of what I listened to yesterday, and I'm like, oh my gosh. He's like, I was listening to it, while I'm playing on my Sims or whatever, and I had it playing in the background. Wait, I'm here already. Oh, okay. I thought I heard him in the house, but yeah, I was listening. I'm like, and I wasn't paying attention to the screen because I was just like, listening with it in the background. And I didn't even realize that was a Black man that Haven Bullets was playing that was talking. Now, of course, I don't expect for us all to have the same accent and speak, but the whole vocal tone and just words that terms that were being used and the way that the Black guy was saying the F word. You know how white people say fuck, they say it excessively, you know even though, the way he was using perfect. I was like, I can't relate. I don't know. I've heard Black people speak with suburban accents, but I'm telling you, I would have thought that this was. Yeah, maybe I should play some of what I was listening to. And the way, that they're continuously using these, like Black folks, we usually are more direct. We have our own terminology, also, but I notice white folks are always speaking in code instead of just saying, like, using terms like woke and yeah, they're always, instead of just saying what they really want to say, like nigga lovers, you know what I'm saying? Well, once upon a time they did just say it like that. But now you have Black folks. Now I understand sometimes we have no choice, especially in YouTube world where we may be censored, so we may say like small ad lib, but I'm just saying it just. What do you say? Yeah. But I know what he's saying more specifically in regards to these yeah, he was wanting, he was basically saying, just like what I'm saying. on both. He was like saying even those liberals. It wasn't like he was pro quote unquote conservative. He was saying that beware of even those who come off. He didn't, I don't know if let me see. He actually used the term liberal. Now, I remember when I was young, years ago, when you heard the term liberal, you thought, like somebody said, you thought those who were anti-war or against the Vietnam War. Of course, when Malcolm X was speaking, I remember they didn't really use the term hippie yet. Like he used, like the precursor to the hippies were the beatniks. The beatniks mostly representing like the East Coast, New York, and like you think Jack Kerouac, and those were kind of like precursors to the hippies that we more commonly associate with the Bay Area, the West Coast. But we know what he meant. And terms have changed over the time and the meaning behind them. And just like once upon a time, our people used to, when we did vote, it would be likely that the candidate happened to be Republican. But I wouldn't say, I never saw it as us being necessarily a part of the Republican Party like that. But yeah, once upon a time, definitely before the era of Martin Luther King and his influence. But I don't think we were looking so hard at the party, at least not until after, like seeing ourselves as affiliated with a party, at least not until after JFK. Now I know, yeah, definitely by the 80s, the idea of a black Republican by the 70s, 80s. Like, what's wrong with you? How could you be a Republican? But yeah, I'm sorry. Let me get back on focus. I'm sorry. But yeah, okay. And how you doing, by the way, Azure TV? Yeah, so I'm taking too long that's no problem. I need to perhaps create an outline before doing these live streams. But yeah, okay, so, and of course, we know, going back to this channel here, which is also the FBA, this Blacks News and Facts, recently changed the name, FBA News and Updates. Yeah, see, look, they're doing a stream now. Damage control. This is damage control. Do I dare click in? Hold on, this is damage control.
You have to go to court and let them know.
Yeah, But anyways, let's see. Is this channel, yeah, obviously with all the AI images and as I've shown you before, this channel is another channel that is not at all focusing on Black American history, heritage, culture. Only time they want to talk about Black Americans is when they disagree. Now, maybe once upon a time, like if you were just to look at my channel right now, that's why I said, let me show you, being that I've lost channels, all right, and videos also I've had to put on private. Now, these people are choosing, it's obvious that some of these people are hiding their videos because they knew that once upon a time they were talking about, with me, I'm not hiding. Trust me, if people could expose me as being like this hypocrite so easily, okay, trust me, I don't care if you put things on private. One thing I found out in YouTube, there is somebody who is recording you. Okay, I definitely experienced this with dealing with the black sector, the so-called black sector, and the golden sphere. There's always somebody who's recording you as you're talking. There's somebody who has got the receipts. Now, when I usually put a video on private, and it has, and I don't feel like, now, I had to eventually come over here and put all my videos on private once I got this channel back. Because as soon as I got this channel back, right away, they were coming at videos I did in 2013. Right away. Like I was like, oh my gosh. So I had to hide everything. And I said that I've just been lazy, re-upload them, just see if maybe I need to take out this profane word or something. Like, let's say if I said the N-word or something like that, or I've just been lazy. Or certain words that we, like you got to say red rum and unalive, and you can't say, certain words we can't say. And I said I would re-upload them. I've just been lazy. But no, it's never been a thing of me like something oh yeah, there's sometimes I used to put it's certain rapping that I used to do. And, like I would think about, especially as I'm trying to get more connected with the scriptures. I know that I can't rap and do things like I used to. Where I would have profanity. I used to tell my sister Radical, I don't know, I used to be afraid of her seeing me, rap or like hearing me curse, because I have so much of respect. It's like a reverence. It's a healthy respect that I have for that sister. She's like a big sister to me. And so I respect her like one of my older siblings, or like auntie, or but other than that, no, there's nothing otherwise I'm ashamed of. Okay. Yeah. Oh yeah. When I was going to go to, I was doing a lot of cursing. That, yeah, there's a time when you do need to have a shame. It's like I'm not shamed, but I know I should be shamed. Even if you could say I was somewhat or if I felt justified in cussing some folks out. No, that's not how I need to be acting up. I can address people without calling anybody out their name or anything like that, or talking about how they look or anything like that. All right. But yeah, the thing is, no, you ain't gonna find nothing on me. Like once upon a time, I said they'd have to do some deceptive editing. Like once upon a time, putting like I got a preference for white men or something like that. No, you ain't gonna find that I was once upon a time a divester, or I'm not one of these flip floppers up in here. Okay. Yeah. You say no, but we gotta realize we have a responsibility up in here. I remember when I first, and this was years ago, and when we were initially doing the live streams, when the sister said she had been, since I was 15 years old watching your channel. And that, I remember that's when it hit me. Also, that's when I began to realize it's a newer generation up in here. Or it's a lot of younger people than I thought, because I was so used to everybody being my age. Me and social media goes back to like 2002. And most of the people was my age. In fact, I was kind of one of the younger people once upon a time. Although now I'm in my 50s, but believe I came in social media, I was still like what, in my late 20s? And I was actually one of the younger people. It was mostly like Gen Xers and late baby, mainly Gen Xers who were just happened to be older than myself. But I was so used to being around people my age. So like if we talked about a commercial, an old commercial, whisk, ring around the collar, we all knew what we were talking about. We all knew what was being referenced. We all knew when Family Guy would have them little nostalgia, like flashbacks or whatever, or little cutaways. We knew what the joke was about because it was, we were Gen Xers. You know what I'm saying? If you get what I'm saying, we knew what this joke came from, or what, pretty sneaky sis, we knew what that was referencing, what commercial, what jingle. Do you get what I'm saying? And then I began to realize when that person told me that, and this was around, what was it, like 2016 or 2000? That's when I began to realize, and as you had people like Cynthia G, people who are millennials now becoming more prominent, the prominent voices in social media. That's when I remember it hit me when she said I was like 15 years old watching a channel, and they had, definitely been over 5 years now, like nearly 10 years. And I'm like, and it kind of hit me like, oh wow, you know, I didn't know that you got young people. Oh, my brother D's I just noticed he just posted something on his birthday. Oh, I gotta give him a shout out. He's a young brother, been following my channel and supporting me and so supportive for years. And oh my gosh, he said he just turned 30. Like, oh my gosh, you're so young. Design Productions. I see you. I'm so sorry. I was looking at your birthday video. If you happen to be listening, I was just looking at it, but I wasn't. I looking at it from my screen, my projector screen. You know, I wasn't able to type and respond, but I said I was gonna get back to you. I totally forgot. But happy birthday, brother! If you happen to be listening, I gotta remind me after this stream to go and wish that brother a happy birthday, even though I know I'm late as hell. But yeah. So you know, I know I have to think about that. I have to consider that. Yeah, if a person responding in a certain way, and I know, and I've been in here for years, and I was able to respond to people, even putting them in check without doing that. But I do still have that part of me, being that I was a part of the hip hop culture and still kind of am. You know, I used to do a little battling, so that kind of battle rap roasting. So you know, that's why I was the one initially up in here talking about. You know, and it's interesting. Right afterward, a couple of years ago, when I was talking about roasting being a part of our culture, then Tariq Nasheed, just like you noticed, O'Shea Duke Jackson, I noticed hovering over. He has a video. I haven't clicked into it, but I noticed that he's talking about the movie Us and Them. Now, wasn't I just talking about? I'm telling you, and they never. A lot of times they never gonna, you know, I'm a female and all, and they know what's up. I've influenced a lot of people up in here. You hear me? And I know I'm sounding prideful right now, but I'm just saying it is what it is. They never gonna acknowledge that, for one, me being a female. They never gonna acknowledge that though. And not being down with these cliques and shit. Excuse me for cursing. Oh my gosh, I cursed again. Gotta chill out. But oh man. And you gotta understand, I didn't realize, sister, I had just became like postmenopausal. Man, it was wrong timing. But I said what I said. I wasn't necessarily saying what I was saying. The points I was making, like it go to fit. It wasn't necessarily wrong. And I see, I'm like witnessing now a deja vu. Like, this looks familiar. Now we want to consider women and women being that's rich. Well, let me not go there. Let me leave it alone. Even though they keep finding reasons to mention me, but let me leave it alone. Yeah. But anyways, like I said, are the FBA? That's the thing. Are they really? Is it really about acknowledging your lineage, your history, your past? You know, are they talking about DNA? Oh, of course they wouldn't be talking about DNA results. Of course they're not going to talk about that. But I mean, are they really talking about? Are they really focusing on ancient findings? Are they history contributions, not just in the past but present, civilization, FBA civilization, communities? Like they could be talking about Sugar Hill in New York, or Bronzeville in Chicago, the history of Bronzeville, sugar. You know what I'm saying? It's so much, since that's what they primarily claim to represent. And I could be doing this too. But see, that they are really shouting FBA, FBA, FBA. See, I know that when I start shouting Yasharel, I know that I'm gonna have to bring it, and I'm gonna have to. That's why I'm got that separate channel. I know that I'm gonna have to. That's gonna have to be my primary focus. Do you understand? That's why I say I'm still in that phase. I'm still black, quote unquote black. I'm trying to get to the point of Yasha, so I can really say with full faith that I am Yasharel, representing Yasharel, because I know that that's what I need. I'm going to have to present. That's what I'm going to have to talk about more and more. Not just hip hop music, not just, you understand what I'm saying? But see, they claim to be, this is what they about now. This is what Tariq Nasheed is about now. FBA was trademarked even. This is what, so that is what I expect to see. Why is he not talking about George Ellis Johnson? Why is he not talking about this brother? You know what? He too busy roasting tethers. He too busy roasting Democrats and tethers. Black Democrats and tethers. Let's be more specific. Black Democrats and tethers. Black American, or what he would call FBA Democrats and tethers, and black tethers. Like I said, what do the Spears all have in common? They got issues with black people, whether it's black women, black men, light skin, dark skin. What do the Spears have in common? You got to have, well, mixed with black. You got to have some sort of issue with blackness. If this is what he represents, then why? I mean, maybe it's a bigger deal to me because I'm from Chicago also. And yeah, I'm taking advantage of this now because I do also want to talk about him. Although usually I would have, because at first I was like, I'm going to do something separate on him. That's how I would usually do. But no, I'm going to take advantage of this now. Why ain't he talking about this brother? He too busy. So let's go to the channel. Okay, so we're seeing here. We're seeing here. This is the same channel, this FBA Blacks News and Facts. What facts are you presenting? What news? You just lost a business legend and you have not talked about it yet. You're too busy talking about tethers and what are the facts that you are presenting? What are the facts? Tether learns Marcus Garvey was a scammer, Haitian man, Guyanese, you're Arawak, Jamaican, Sudanese. You're not talking about Black Americans here. You're too busy talking or tethering yourself to the tethers. You're not talking about Black American greatness. You're not talking about the only time you will mention that is if you are making this comparison. See, we're better than you. We got more swag than you. Where is the, hold on, this is like some Looney Tunes. All I'm seeing, this is the same channel, this Blacks News and Update, even though they changed their name recently, obviously, after I pointed this out, the same, using this racist rhetoric, racist reference, chimping out, Godfrey chimps out. You got a site, chimpout.com. Do you think they're just talking about Africans? When they were referring to us as animal primates, that was all a part of the eugenicist agenda. Contributing to genocide. Why on earth would you be using a reference? Why would a Black person, whether you Black American or whatever, but especially if you're Black American, knowing the history, you should even more so know the history of such terms. So why would you be using the term chimping out? What is pro-Black American about that? And I need to do another one. Should we listen to, do you O'Shea over, who do you feel is more brother, O'Shea or Godfrey? And let's make a comparison. Who should we be more offended by? O'Shea, considering the history of the things that he has said and done, or Godfrey, the so-called tether? Who should we be more offended by? O'Shea, the one who applauded the death of Korean gangsters, he want to keep talking about Godfrey and everybody else? Who should we feel more offended by? And you're welcome for me giving you an idea for your video, him talking about the movies Us and Them. He took directly from what I was talking about. But that's what they've been doing up in here, biting off content creators like myself, who were not these agitators and agents of chaos and division. They've been taken from people like myself, who have sincere intentions for our people and really have love for our people. So who should we see more or less as a brother? Godfrey of the Igbo people raised in Chicago, or this guy here who chooses to even live outside the U.S.? Who should we see more as a brother? And, I need to provide receipts. But anyways, yeah, so, but let's go to Tariq's channels. Yeah, all these channels that supposedly, you can look at them all. All these channels that supposedly represent FBA, they're not talking. Look at this. This is some Looney Tunes, just like them old cartoons, making people into caricatures. Look at their eyes bulging out. This is some Tex Avery, Tom and Jerry. This is some old school Looney Tunes cartoon stuff, making people, like black people, into caricatures. That's a way of dehumanizing, using humor. Another deceptive one. And I gave him the benefit of the doubt too. Now, every now and then they'll call themselves going against a white race. All these people, they are all these channels. Okay, maybe it's something different here. FBA Roots Unleashed. These are your children, Tariq. Let's see. Maybe this will be different. This is my first time clicking on this. FBA Roots Unleashed, History, Culture, and Empowerment. Okay, let's see. Why the CBC needs you in the diversity bucket. The erasure of FBA identity. Okay. Black America, the unspoken code, true Black American culture. Okay. Maybe this is something. Maybe this is something a little different. Maybe this is something a little different. Why Black Americans must delineate. Okay. Okay, maybe this channel isn't as one-dimensional. But it's still, the focus is still, from what I'm seeing, the focus still seem to be, we not like them. We not like them. But at least this doesn't look as cartoonish. Okay, still though, and it's probably, and like I said, what is with these channels? Is YouTube behind establishing these channels? These are like bot channels. These are like, but let's go to Tariq Nasheed himself. Let's go to his channel. Now, yes, we know that he has put out films, documentaries, and my husband and I used to support with the Hidden Colors series and 1804. But most of those series, they weren't really FBA focused. In fact, most of the people and civilizations, etc., spoken of in his prior, Hidden Colors series, they represented, outside of what he refers to as FBA, like him talking about the Moors of Iberia or the ancient people of Kemet, speaking on people, like Mansa Musa and and people from outside the what is now the United States. Now, supposedly in his upcoming Hidden Colors, he's going to be more solely focused on FBA. But the only time he really done like a history, I guess you could say microphone check. All right, my husband and I, we got the original. We purchased it right away. The original microphone check before because I said that I heard that he had to. Yeah, and it's like just full of nothing but like AI images. But we had got the original, my husband and I. Yeah, we tried to support the brother. See what this is about. We got it right away. But I guess, and I actually, I was pleased with it. I don't solely agree with him, but I still was pleased with what I had learned as a person who loved hip hop. All right. Even though, like I said, I'd been I put together a little hip hop history thing. People loved it, and you didn't have to pay to see it. You didn't have to fund me, and you didn't have to fund me again to see it. Okay, I got all that stuff on private, or it's been taken down now, being that having problems in YouTube. But I will gladly, if I'm able to, upload that again. See if I can add something to it. And people loved it. But yeah. So of course, But yeah, other than that, let's see on his channel. So being that this is what he's, because really history, I'm not mad at him for making money. That's not the point. If he put effort and time and research and money into making a documentary, I am all for. I think that we better support if he has good intentions. I would be mad if we didn't monetarily support the brother. But is he our brother though? Does he have good intentions? And I feel that if you truly love your people, you would still be everything people, especially when we're talking about history lessons and all that, you wouldn't have to pay for it all the time. There should be a point now where he should be at a point now where he's allowing people to at least see the Hidden Colors 1 for free. You know what I'm saying? He should allow that to be up on one of his channels. You shouldn't still have, you know what I'm saying? Like how when it gets to a point when things come to cable television or, you know what I mean? Like Watchmen Reports, they put together, very well put together, Whited Out series. Benaiah Israel, the Hidden Hebrew series. Oh, what you said? You said buck breaker. You know what? My husband and I, well, definitely speaking for myself, I did not feel right about buck breaking. I'm sorry. I preferred the Irritated Genie Ayo Kamathi's War on the Horizon. And I'm not saying that we shouldn't know about what was also happening to black men when it comes to, the sexual abuse and terrorizing. I'm not saying we shouldn't know, but I didn't feel right about it. And I just felt the timing in it. And I knew it was going to lead to, even naming it that, I knew that it was going to lead to people like Cynthia G using that term even in taunting black men. I don't know. I didn't feel, it's like I didn't want to see this with black men at that time. You know what I mean? I don't know. I just felt better about what Irritated Genie Ayo Kamathi, and that's probably where he got the idea with his War on the Horizon series. That felt like, I like when he showed LL Cool J's video I'm Bad and showing how like this is how a black man should be present. He because I never even thought about that with the LL Cool J video I'm Bad. I never really thought about it. I like how he did his presentations and talking about the feminization of black men and the history. I didn't feel right. That was the first of Tariq's documentaries. I just wasn't feeling right. I wasn't feeling that. But yeah, let's see on Tariq Nasheed's channel. Is he about? He's saying, why can't we represent? Okay, let's see. Is this why can't FBA's foundational Black Americans, as he calls us, why can't we represent our heritage, history, culture? That's basically what he's saying. What's wrong with us representing? Okay, but let's see. Is it okay on your Tariq radio channel? Okay, and just from the point from when he's been talking, just from the time he's been really harping on FBA. What was that? That's been since like 2019, but definitely in these last 3 years. What has he been talking about on his channel? How okay, Count Mustila and yeah, cartoon stuff. Jamaican. It seemed like now, is he more likely to talk about Black Americans? Or is he talking more about the quote unquote tethers? It seemed like you are rather tethered to these who you refer to as tethers. Hold on, y'all. Okay, sorry, yeah, look at it. What is with him always showing? See, he knows what his audience is gonna be attracted to. I'm gonna show this Jamaican woman with big hips and booty. He knows that what's gonna get them to click in. So he seemed to be talking more about okay. Why is he not focusing more on Black Americans? Only time he talk about Black Americans, the only time, unless there's like he may talk on Carmelo Anthony, like if there's a tragedy, they're all going to jump on that. That's their way. That's the only time it has to be something really direct. Like, and then that's their time also to make talk against the white racists. That that's their token. Allow them to have a token video or commentary against white racists. But the only time it seemed like he's talking about Black Americans is if they're Democrats, like a Jasmine Crockett. If they're Democrats, Black people who he disagree with, those he sees as raccoons. Okay, talking about Kanye, I guess, in support of. But yeah, is this really about? I see again, cartoon. This is now. I appreciated Tariq Nasheed's sense of humor, so I expect for him to use humor. And I know my people, and I love that we are able to laugh and but yet still talk on serious issues. But it's too much laughing. That's all that his audience expect. They don't care. Trust me. They do not care to hear about Black history or Black greatness. They're just waiting to hear a tether get roasted. They're waiting for the phone call. The questionable phone calls that might be scripted and staged. But even if these phone calls are real, who are they? Who are these people? These are not people. These are not phone calls. These are not politicians. These are not, people that have any influence. Just people who just want to be heard. Okay, nobody's. Tariq Nasheed, you're supposed to be so above that. You have been on mainstream media platforms like Fox News. You are supposed to be so above random callers trolling. You are supposed to be so beyond that. Hey, how you doing? How you doing, Jamal? Jamal Davis? Yeah, I used to try. Yeah, I used to a degree. I mean, I can't say I was a follower like that, but I definitely did support Tariq, my husband and I, in purchasing, the Hidden Colors and stuff. Even though I'm a Bible believer, and of course, I'm not going to agree with everything because it's obvious that he doesn't believe in the Bible. but I still, I supported what I believe the intentions are. And yeah, I can still say, even a lot of that history I knew of, but I can still say that I appreciated it. Yeah, a lot of them, they came up in here going at the racist right. Yeah, he's always doing this. It's almost like he does the slick damage control for Donald Trump. And I'm not even looking right, left, I'm looking at it all. You've heard me call out both sides. When I was more critical of those, of the, if you will, left or the Democrats. But see, I no longer, people were thinking that I'm a Trump supporter all of a sudden. Hold on, y'all. Okay, sorry, y'all. Yeah. It seems as if, for the most part, especially within the last 2-3 years, the only time that Tariq Nasheed, press one if y'all can hear me, by the way, so I can know the microphone's back on. It seemed like the only time he's really, for the most part, by far, when he is talking about Black Americans, it's just about him talking about the bad old Democrat, or if he's talking about a raccoon, or or some celebrity scandal or something like that. He's not really talking about. And understand, he has not, like myself, he hasn't lost his channels where I've had to put a whole lot of my videos on private and stuff. Hopefully I will. I'm gonna get around to, I don't know, but it's a different generation now. But my point, it should still, like I know I said to Garwin like I was gonna re-upload, and he was kind of suggesting I should, but I'd have to, really look over things. I don't know. I don't know how the message should change, but I realize I'm speaking to a different generation. And I definitely know that a video that I did, let's say 7 years ago, that got 50,000 views, I'd be lucky if it got 50 views now. And it's not just about that, even if it is just that 50 people that are reached, I'm just making a point. I realize the audience is very different. Not to mention YouTube is very different. Algorithm is, it's like it's all been co-opted. But I'm just saying, his videos, not, these are his videos. He doesn't really privatize things. I will say that. So, but this is all that he has been talking about. This is all that he's been, musty tethers, and this is all that. Okay, he's talking about that one influencer that died, but you know what the message is gonna be with that. Yeah, it's just making fun of people for the most part. Making fun of people. It's just, remember this. Yeah. But okay, and then he got this with the isms, Hold on. He got the other channel too. Hold on. Okay. Why is it okay for everyone to acknowledge their lineage except foundational Black Americans, FBA? Okay, let's see. Well, is that what you've been doing? Because I would have no problem. Let's see. Is this what he's doing? Sassy Passport Bro said this about FBAs. Okay. Is that how he acknowledged? Is this an example? Are these examples of you acknowledging FBA lineage? Did a Haitian ref? Look at it. Look at it. This is the same guy that did 1804, telling us to not fall for the stereotypes. Remember in 1804, the trailer, he was sending a message basically to not just go for the stereotypes against Haitian, but of course, a Haitian person called me dirty. Tariq Nasheed, you have been calling black folks. How many videos up in here would you calling black Americans dusty? I've never, and I lived on the north side of Chicago. I can show you the picture of my daughter with this Haitian family that embraced her. I was definitely around Haitians. And I never, if you ever know anything about living on the north side, like in East Rogers Park or Edgewater, Andersonville, you're going to encounter, or near Evanston, there's a lot of black, and I've never been called dirty, dusty, but I've definitely witnessed you. And see, he'll take something one person supposedly said, and and just that's okay. It makes it totally okay for him to co-sign Megyn Kelly and what she said about Haitians in general. And see, she had an issue saying that they don't assimilate. See, Tariq Nasheed, obviously, then that means that you want the Haitians to assimilate. I thought that that's what you respected about the Haitians. If you have really felt this about Haitians, why would you have the painting of a Haitian revolutionary on your wall in your family home, as I believe I saw? Come on, let's cut the crap and let's not even go into your personal relationship with Haitians. Okay? But look at how he's showing, with this right here. See, this is some Tex Avery, Bob Clampett, Looney Tune stuff. And that's the thing too, when you gotta always concoct these images with AI, because of course they're not real images. Where he's showing a Haitian grilling a cat. Why would you be co-signing something that was bogus shit that was said by Donald Trump? But of course, you don't support Donald Trump, but you'll go along with what he's saying. Of course, he's just defending us. The callers started it. Tariq is older than me. Tariq is in his mid to late 50s. We can go on all day about who started what. Did it start with the so-called tethers saying we lazy, or did it start with us calling them African booty scratchers? We can go all day. We can go all day, with that. Yeah, this is childish. I got a sense of humor. Don't get me wrong. And I have, created humorous thumbnails and clapping back. We've all done that. But this is all that he's doing. This is the guy that hidden colors. You're supposed to be so beyond this. This is all that Tariq Nasheed is doing. Because he's just purely about propaganda. And pretty much celebrity gossip. And if that's what you're about, then embrace it. I have more respect when people just say, this is what I'm about. I'm a Wendy Williams up in here. You know what I'm saying? That's what you're about. But stop making yourself, damn well you're perceived as a leader. You know damn well that you're perceived as a political activist even. You know how you are perceived. And you want to be perceived. Where you got everybody up in here parroting you. Like, I know if I have that much influence, I know that I'm going to have to definitely consider there are certain things I'm afraid to re-upload, like even with my Eminem series, because I'm afraid, especially as I'm talking about the Bible more and more. I know, okay, I was cursing in this series. I don't think I could say that. I think about that all the time. He's did enough. What has he done enough? He's got paid enough. What are you talking about? You mean he's done enough or he's been paid enough? What do you mean do enough? Just imagine people like Malcolm X. I've done enough. And you know he ain't done nothing close to. No, if he done enough, then he would retire. He wouldn't be talking about this at all. If he really felt he was done, why is he still leading in this madness? He dissed Malcolm? Really? Well, that would be of no surprise if he, because I know he's went at Marcus Garvey. And see, that's a funny thing. Anybody question him, they're pocket watching. He try to claim they're ops. He's just using these terms so that you don't recognize that he's an op. But nobody is supposed to question him on certain things. What are you talking about? Oh my gosh. A child. What have you done? What have I done? Oh, I can show you what I've done. I can show you what my family's done and doing. And I'm sorry, guess what? I never received donations. Now, I'm not going to front these last years. I can't say that I'm as I used to be. I'd be lying. But one thing I know that I'm not doing, I'm not misleading people. I'm not taking people's money and misleading people. I'm not providing misinformation. Yeah, oh, I would love to show, but then I'd have to show too much personal information. Now, the thing is, who are you? Oh, and trust me, I'm not done. But I even when I had to look down on myself, when I was looking down on myself, considering that I used to be active and doing volunteer work and all that, and I was feeling down, I had to tell myself, even though I'm not doing, things I have done in the past, I have definitely at least one sibling who's still active. But even with that, when I was looking at things that I used to do with my daughter. Now, I'm not going to say it was just specifically for Black people. It was for people, period, in the community. But even so, I had to tell myself, even when we're doing these videos and stuff, even when we're reaching, even if it's like 5,000 people who've seen our series and our videos, we're still doing a lot. Who's Cat? Who's been on Tariq? Who? Now, I've never been on a panel with Tariq, but Tariq is aware of me. And the thing is, like I said, that's why we have to know that we do have a responsibility, because even if we're just doing these YouTube videos, even if we're just in social media, there are tons of people who may be watching us. Now, people may not be sounding bitter. No, you sound bitter. What are you talking about? You sound bitter. Oh, yeah. Am I frustrated? Oh, hell yeah. Am I frustrated? Almost definitely. And my frustration is justified. Just like y'all claim Godfrey was crashing out. Yeah, if that's what y'all call crashing out, being passionate, then I'm crashing out too. Right. Like I said, when the first person told me that they had been watching my channel since 15, You know, I had to really, really think about that. And you got to understand, there are times that he'll have a stream and it's over 1,000 people listening to him. Like when he used to do those streams every Sunday, he'd have over 1,000 people listening to him. I'm gonna tell you, when I had did that, even though I've had video now, yeah, I've had videos to reach into 100,000, 200,000 even. But I remember when the first time I had a live stream when I was sharing the Ozzy Brothers and the Earth, Wind and Fire. I wasn't thinking that. I was just thinking for y'all, because that was well after I lost my original channel and everything. And so I had did, with the verses, right? I just wanted us to chill and watch it together. And when I saw like all those people, like 1,000 people in the chat room, that was scary for me. That was like, because I'm not gonna lie. Yeah, we all do videos wanting people to see, obviously we want to be seen and heard. All right. We're not doing this for nothing. But I'm one of those people. It's like I want people to see, but then when I see too many people watching, I don't know. I don't feel comfortable with it. Some people feel I'm hustling backwards, and you best believe, offers have been made to me through YouTube years ago. All right, but and not to mention some of these people who wanted me to be on their own platforms and stuff, wanting me to do things with them. You best believe. Okay, I've been here for years, honey. But yeah, and I remember it was like 1,000. Wait, you about to get the boot fool? Yeah, it was like all these people that were, and I wasn't used to that. Not with no live stream. It's like I was feeling like how, yeah, it was. And honestly, at that time, I ain't know nothing about no cash. That's when shout out to Sister Kimberly Johnson and TKC. I believe they were telling me about you need to set up a cash app, this and that. I was like, yeah. And so that was my first time, even though I've been in YouTube for years. And I'm a person that got a degree, business related degree, and yet still ignorant on a lot of stuff. But no, yeah, and it was crazy. People were just dropping cash apps after that. Like, damn, this is how this is done. But made over $300. Like, goodness, I'm just sharing. You see, they had to step in on that. You see, with the whole verses, they had to. Yeah, they saw the people in YouTube. But seriously, I did not know. I did not expect that. But I was kind of afraid, like, because I wasn't used to that many people on my channel. And so then I started worrying about the sound and everything. Because honestly, even though, yes, I want more people, of course, we all want more people viewing our channel, but if I could pick and choose, I would want my channel to be exclusive. I wouldn't want, I don't know, that's just me. Some people, they don't care. They want any and everybody. I'm one of the people, I don't want everybody listening to me and us. Yeah, I had left, what, with Dane Calloway, I've never addressed Dane Calloway. Actually, before Dane Calloway, the first person I knew up in here that was speaking on that we are native, we are indigenous to this country tip it wasn't Dane Calloway. I noticed people like Dane Calloway and a lot of these characters, these people who became more popular, whose names are more well known, that seemed to be more after, definitely by 2015. You'll notice they all around the same time, like with the Sonetta crew, the Boy Swatkins crew. Now Tariq and Tommy, they kind of represent those initial quote unquote social media celebrities, if you will, that came up in here. That was around like 2010 to 2012. That was that first wave. I'd already been in YouTube by then. And then you had that second wave, the major wave. That's when we really got to know of people like Nature Boy and Brother Polite and all that. That was around like 2015. And O'Shea Duke Jackson, aka Celebrity Junk, aka Ken Gonda. That's when all them came up in here. Now then, yeah, and that's when also we got to know Dane Calloway, I believe, around that time. But before Dane Calloway, there was this person, 1,000 Go Ahead. I showed y'all his channel. I remember he came in my Ancient Egypt series, which at that time was, pulling like in over 40,000 views. My Ancient Egypt series, and I remember he would, he was, So I get, being that my series was popular at that time, he would leave posts wanting me to check out what he was talking about on us being indigenous, and I checked it out. And even though I didn't agree with it, I talked about this not that long ago. Even I didn't quite agree with it, because it's very easy to take this picture of a person that looked like this compared to a native, and then find an African that looked nothing like that person. That's when you're kind of doing selective. And I've talked about this my other channel not that long ago even. But the thing is, I wasn't mad at that brother, because I did just see that as an individual, and I really felt that he was sharing what he truly believes. That's why I kind of thought, or with Dave Cal, even if I don't agree with it, even if I believe that some of these people might not be as educated on things, but it's one thing if that's what you really believe. You understand? Okay. And let's say also, if you can, like, I know, I'm not going to say what I believe, but I know that we are of Yasharel. I have to talk like that. Otherwise, I'm not showing faith. But I'm going to back up what it is that I believe, with factual information. Okay, I'm going to back up with historical documented information to back up. Like I gave you cranial indices, I gave you a skeletal analysis, different mummies, and it showed you reliefs. I gave you hair cross-section, hair trichometry. I had to even do mathematic formulas and figuring out cranial indices and giving you median numbers, and I did a lot. Okay, it took me kind of some years for the Ancient Egypt series. All right, I put a lot into that. All right. But yeah, that's the thing. Now, if it's a thing of where you're putting in your research and this is what you believe, and then I can't, because you're just saying what you believe, and you believe that you're saying this with what you believe are good intentions, right? You're telling, see, it's one thing if that's what you truly believe. But see, what I have an issue with, a lot of these people, they're saying a lot of crap. They know it's not the truth. They know it's not factual. And they know they don't believe this. Definitely with Tariq, because the way he has flip-flopped, just like Cynthia G. Nobody flip-flops like that. Nobody. Unless, like I said, it is something you've had a really traumatic experience, or it's something really spiritual, what he may want to call religious, like a spiritual religious awakening or whatever. Otherwise, nobody. What? Oh my gosh, for real though? You got to be kidding me. Yeah, I don't really follow Dane Calloway. Yeah, he probably is. Yeah, because the OG, for real. See, it's a lot of us up in YouTube. What's this? This was the guy they have taken from a lot of us smaller YouTubers, but this was the OG that I remember before Dane Calloway. It was this guy's channel. He hasn't had. Give me a second. Hold on, am I sharing? This was the original person I remember years ago. Now you can correct me how long in YouTube world that is, talking on that tip of us being indigenous to the Americas. And it looked like his last video was 6 years ago. I don't know what happened to this person. I never seen their face. But this was the channel, the original, my first time in YouTube world. Well, really the first time, period, me here. But I thought that this was just what he believed. And you could see back then, getting the views. Now today, just like myself, ironic that he's showing Godfrey here. But this was the channel. And I do think that you had people, look at this with Tariq Nasheed taking money and running. Hold on. Okay. Yeah, I'm sorry. This ironic. 8 years ago. Isn't this ironic? Something with Tariq Nasheed and Umar Johnson taking your money and running. Now I try to leave Umar Johnson alone. There's enough people messing with him. I don't think that Umar Johnson is nearly as harmful as all these other people. I think that they use him as a this. It's easy to target Umar Johnson, especially being that he represents Pan Africanism, and so he's the easy go-to for showing how ridiculous or Umar Johnson. I ain't even tripping over him. But yeah, what I'm saying is that I believe that this person, this is what this person believes. See, and I talked about this. You could check out on my channel where not that long ago, I actually kind of go back to this person's channel and people who are believing that we are related to these, more directly related to those who have been referred to natives. Yeah, and he'll show. I mean, yeah, I talked about that. And may even, let me be careful. I thought I saw some nudity. Yeah, I think that you have some people up in here. They saw some of us smaller content creators who were kind of up and coming, but we may not have had 100,000 subs or whatever. But you gotta understand, like years ago, like when I reached, and that was years ago, 10,000 subs, that was a big deal because we didn't really have like these. That was a big deal because we didn't really have like black sectors. You may have had black YouTubers who blew up like Glozell Green, but they had a more quote unquote mainstream audience. They weren't considered like black YouTubers representing black voices. Do you understand what I'm saying? It was earlier people like myself. I hate to say Sergeant Willie Pete, even though he was on that gender thing. Now he was here before me. But I think what it is, yeah. And so eventually you had this wave of, it started with like it started with people like Tommy Sotomayor, Tariq Nasheed, and Corey Holcomb, like these Z-list, C-list, Z-list celebrities and wannabe radio personalities and people who have been, you may have, like in the case of Tariq Nasheed, I was like, I know I seen him from somewhere. Come to find out he was on VH1 Charm School. That's where I saw him. I just didn't know. Yeah, those people came in around from the time of 2010 to 2012. Then you had the second wave. That's when you really got a lot of these characters representing black voices, supposedly, with those who were affiliated. And I know you support Boyce Watkins. I'm just saying they were in affiliation. Okay, sorry about that, y'all. One more time, press one for me. So sorry. No. I have paused it. Okay, it's a lot of things in my back room. You know, my where I do my crafting and stuff back here. Because I got family here. Um okay, so y'all can hear me? Okay, great. Great. But yeah, I think that they have taken from us content creators. Yeah, it's like they decided to replace us, if you will. Do you understand? With people, they saw that there are more people who are in YouTube actually than watching TV. They saw that a lot of our people are in YouTube and TikTok and all that. So of course, they had to. I believe that they set up replacements. Because I remember initially a lot of these brothers and stuff, they would come into my channel or wanted me to be on the. Some of them would come to my channel, or like in the case of Angel Ramirez Jordan, wanted me to join them in live streams and this, and that. And initially I was like, okay. In fact, somebody ironically had just left the post, and I just haven't been able to get around to the comments on how they remember with Obsidian. And yeah. These people were, yeah, but and I remember when Angel Ramirez Jordan had told me that Cynthia G contacted him asking about me and questioning, yeah, because they had their notepad taking notes, taken from our content, the information that and that includes Tariq Nasheed. I definitely believe that includes Tariq Nasheed. I definitely believe for his hidden colors 4, where he talked about ancient Egypt. I definitely believe that he got that information directly from my series, like in regards to the Nefertiti bust. No one was really talking about that then. I believe he got that directly from my series, which was very popular in YouTube at that time and had been shared at the Egypt Search Reloaded site. Most definitely. It's no coincidence, even they're still watching us. Notice how in my one of my last live streams recently, I talked about, if you notice, there are these movies like Us, Them, and all of a sudden O'Shea Duke Jackson is, referencing the movie Us, Them, and talking about the tethers. That's no coincidence, y'all. I've been witnessing this for years up in here. For years. Just like like I said, like the radical sister, they remove all 5 of her channels. And they will replace her. They will replace, if you're talking about environmental racism, for instance. They got a replacement for you. If you're into veganism, they got a replacement for you. They've been replacing us all up in here. Hold on. Okay. Make sure the mic's on. Okay, sorry about that. Yeah, so you see, the only time that he's really, it's got to be some tragic scandal, or just something. Yeah, of course they're gonna jump on Carmelo Anthony or like a Trayvon Martin, but other than that, they're not going to take, and it allows them to have a reason to call out white racism. Those are token videos. The only time he's addressing or talking about Black Americans, you see, like right here, talking about finding whatever reason, like what's her name, Jasmine Crockett. She does a rap song. He's trying to call her out as being ratchet and like, wait, aren't you Mr. Mink Slide? But I'm not into politics. Yes, you are. Yes, you are. not on our behalf. That's his way, his undercover slick way of supporting Donald Trump and the so-called right-wing agenda by continuously going at the Democrats. Because I told you, that was the point that I made in my video, in my live stream on my theory, talking about how the FBAs do not represent Black American, what I believe my theory. See, they wanted to talk about, oh, what's wrong with this? So what they did is they tried to deflect the people in the comment section. Oh, we're just talking about Black. No, you're not. No, you're not. All this is just roasting. This is all that. Let me see. Ism Radio. Yes, Black American greatness. This is just about roasting tethers, Democrats, Mayo, you know. This is all it's about. And of course, you know, and these where they go against these white individuals. Now, how come he's not confronting Donald Trump, since Donald Trump was the only candidate willing to listen to Black people about reparations, being that this is Trump's second term. His second term is almost up. How come Tariq Nasheed is not putting more pressure on? See, look, did Trump just expose Democrats? No, he's too busy high-fiving Megyn Kelly and getting all giddy over Tucker Carlson, giving him a shout out. Look at the ticklish tethers. This is seriously. So imagine too, like if you're a 40-year-old, 50-year-old, and this is all, it's all about jokes, roasting. Stop acting like y'all want to talk about Black American history and heritage and culture and all of that. Just stop. But once upon a time, believe it or not, you did have people in YouTube who looked forward. Like when I did my Ancient Egypt series, I was really shocked when I did my videos debunking evolution. Though, now that shocked the hell out of me. It shocked me when I saw that there were people who actually cared to listen to that. Now, I just knew that I wasn't going to get nobody listening to videos and that. But once upon a time, you did have people up in here who were willing to, even if you just talked about history alone, even if you just, you know what I'm saying? Even if you, I did not think, hold on, going to my original channel. Let me go to manage videos. Wait, I have to. Now, of course, you know, I got most of this stuff on private. But as you can see here, part 8 having 40,000 views. Yeah, this is the channel I originally lost, but I was able to get back years later. But I got to keep all this. As you see, I got most of this stuff on private. Once upon a time, and most of these posters were Black. Once upon a time, you could get 40,000 views talking about the ancient Egyptians. My Egyptians were burnt Caucasians. Hilarious series. Yeah, hard to believe. Once upon a time. Once upon a time. I couldn't believe, yeah. But this was shocking. So what happened? What happened to, and in most of my posters, they appeared to be Black people. Let me see. This is what was really shocking. Let me go by most views. Once upon a time, oh my gosh. You have people, Black people included. Okay, one of these, I've kept this video public. I couldn't believe this video here, and this was a lot of work. This was a draining video. And it was a lot of work. And you see, I put all my sources. I made sure to, you know, back then I was a little more polished. I could not believe. Oh, wait, I'm sorry. You see here? Putting all these sources. I put a lot of work into this. I put a lot of work. Made sure to give you all my sources for information. But once upon a time, evolution debunked. Origin of life by chance. Once upon a time, I was a little more polished back then. Once upon a time, you had people, it took a lot of work. This was a lot of work, the editing, everything, the research, everything. Took a lot of work. But once upon a time, you had people, and let me see, and look in the comments. Once upon a time, you had people who, and our people, Black American people, who had an interest, and that's on me. That's also on me, because I ain't gonna lie, I've fallen off myself. I'll take the L on that. Miss Sapphire Empress, my sister. You see, there's a lot of our people even. Once upon a time, may see some familiar names. Hey, who's this? RWS, hashtag exposed, Matrix Reload, hashtag, yeah, she was up in here. Once upon a time, you had people willing to listen to this boring stuff. See, so you're not going to convince me that our people just want to hear roast all the time. Yeah, it's great that we have a sense of humor. It's great that we have a sense of humor. Once upon a time, you had Black folks up in here, Black Americans, once upon a time, who cared. Yeah, just like once upon a time, you had people who didn't just depend on AI, and we were patient and put together videos, but I ain't gonna lie, I've become lazy as hell. Once upon a time, you had people who were interested in spontaneous generation. Ain't no way I believe in a re-upload. Once upon a time, you had, how long it took me to put this together, making sure just like with the Ancient Egypt series, I had to put their name there. I had to put their, all of this I would put together. How long this took? Once upon a time. Oh my gosh. I look at this now like, oh, must have been. Now this piece here is from Ken Hovind. But the majority of this is not Ken Hovind. This is what I put together and making sure to give you my sources. Yeah, once upon a time. So you're not don't insult my intelligence. Oh yeah, and make sure to provide the scriptures. Yeah, that was me long time ago. That wasn't that long ago though. That wasn't. So what the heck happened now? Why is it? And I remember when we were first confronting people like Tommy Sotomayor, and there were people like myself. Oh, and my brother Afro Sheen. Where's he at? I ain't seen this video because he came back to YouTube. He's another one he's lost like 2 channels. Ayo Kamathi, Irritated Genie, no more in YouTube. Yes, a lot of us. We've been removed, displaced. A lot of us. Yeah, Afro Sheen. I knew though when Afro Sheen had that live stream with Ayo Kamathi, aka Irritated Genie, and they were talking about the synagogue of Satan, I knew they were gonna come for his channel. I knew it. I knew it. I said, in fact, I downloaded that video. That was a powerful. I would love to re-upload that, y'all. I love to re-upload it. We sit and listen to it. But I knew they were gonna come. I said, damn, they finna come at Afro Sheen. I knew that was gonna happen. I knew they was gonna. He's still here. But I ain't seen. I resubscribe, but I have not really seen. Oh, did he change the name of his channel? Okay. Maybe I didn't know. Okay, he changed the name of it. Our Black Empowerment. Is that what he's naming it now? Or wait, I don't know. Yeah, this brother here. Now, I didn't agree with him on everything because he was like a Trump supporter himself. But the thing is, though, is see what I'm saying? It's not so much about him. I still supported this brother. It wasn't about him being a Trump supporter. It wasn't about his political. It's about if this is what you believe, even if I don't totally agree with you, I just tend to support people who I believe. And y'all may say I shouldn't do this, especially as a Bible believer, but if I believe you have sincere intentions, if I believe that you're saying what you really and truly believe. But wait, the thing is, though, he did come back to YouTube. Where's his channel? Is this it? Our Black Empowerment? Because I know I subscribe. Black Patriarch. Oh, please. Is this his new? Wait, if it says that I'm subscribed, then no. So that means they didn't got rid of his channel again. Either he didn't shut it down. What's going on? I'm gonna have to look in Facebook. Because he had came back. I know that not all y'all agree with him and his stance on Trump, but I still believe. Thank you, dear. Thank you. I appreciate your support. I know, right? Can you imagine when I had lost, and then they just recently shut down another one of my channels. Now in that case, I got the videos that I made, but the live streams I did on that other channel that they just shut down like 2 months ago. I didn't get the live streams. There was live streams with me and Garwood. Man, what's your problem? What is your problem with Tariq? That's the thing. What is your problem? Why can he not speak for himself? What is your problem with me disagreeing with Tariq? Are you related to him? Are you related to him? What's your problem with Godfrey? What's your problem with Africans? What's your problem with If you don't know the problem, then you ain't listening. And if you ain't listening, then please leave. Because I'm tired of the bullshit. Stop bullshitting. Okay? This is not about honoring your heritage. This is not about anything. But let me go ahead and get into. I did not think it would take me 3 hours just to make this little point. But yeah, that's what I'm saying. I need to go back to just doing videos. Oh, wait. But let me just share this. Before I go into talking about the brother Georgie Johnson, let me share this. Okay, I got it sped up a little bit. Hopefully you don't mind me sharing a little. This is okay, forgive me, but I'm sharing this topic. Okay, look. Okay, I know, delineate these nuts. I ain't gonna lie, I was curious. I clicked in. I said, let me see what they talk about. But they make some points. I never seen this channel before, but they making some hella good points. I gotta say that. So, despite the topic title, wait, where is this at? Okay, let me share some of what they saying. Okay, press 1 once you're able to hear this loud enough, clear enough. Yeah, and some of these people, they know what the problem is. They know damn well what the problem is. They're up in here doing damage control. It's also a way of a distraction, deflection. Okay.
What are we getting out of the deal? Like, what is the end game for FBA? Like, what exactly are they about? Because we pretty much know that you're not getting a reparations check. That's pretty much done. So, what exactly is the end?
Let me put the link to this because I keep forgetting to. As sister just got lazy. I'm just tired. You know, I was a person always make sure to share links, to give citations. You know, if I'm inspired or influenced by somebody, I'm gonna let you know. See, they ain't gonna do that with us, though. They don't do that with us. No, and trust me, I don't think I'm looking for Tariq or anybody to shout my name. Hell no.
Game for FBA, since you want to delineate from everything else.
Well, one of the things that I want to touch on is the concept of an
Again, one more time, and I'm gonna and please don't. You are not recognizing what. Please show me you are not doing anything. These channels, as I have just shown, they are doing nothing to acknowledge Black American history, heritage, culture, legacy. Nothing on these channels. Okay, you are busy. All that you are doing is roasting tethers. You are talking about foreigners more than you are talking about, and the only time Black Americans are usually being addressed is when you are clowning Democrats or people who you disagree with and don't like. That's it, for the most part. Or you'll talk about a token, you know, like a Carmelo Anthony to give, you know, so that you can talk about white supremacy and look as if you're against white racism using these tragedies. Other than that, you're not doing anything. You don't need to stress over and over, we're different. Yeah, I'm different. I'm in the city of Chicago. Do I need to every day remind people that people in Chicago are different from people in New York? And if I were to do that, it would be more about me just focusing on Chicago, which I do want to do, by the way. I did want to kind of do something, you know, just talk about Chicago and what we have contributed, you know, like it was the Chicago Globetrotters before it became the Harlem Globetrotters. We gave y'all Soul Train, Ebony Jet Magazine, y'all Candy, Chico Sticks, Annihilators, house music, a lot of the gospel greats. But see, now I could just, like in talking about house music, I could just be talking about how Chicago's so much better than New York. I can go on and try to start a little beef with the East Coast. Or I could just, you know what, focus on Chicago. Oh gosh, yeah. White supremacy, white. Bottom line is, you are supposed to be. If I go to your channel, I'm finna go to your channel. I'm gonna put you on blast. I'm finna go to your channel. I better see you talking about, since you're so concerned about, and that's what you about. If I go to your channel, since you want to come up in here questioning me on what I'm talking about, if I go to your channel, since delineation is so important to you, and will I see something on Black American greatness? Will I see it? Hold on. Am I going to see it? It's just like a person coming up in here asking me what I'm doing. What are you doing? Another person came up in here posting, you don't look like you're a Black American, and the way you're, you know. And I'm like, wait. First of all, you can at least see me. I can't even see you. It's just like, I mean, people are ridiculous. You got you got these AI created channels where they're talking about you're jealous of my hair, showing you an AI generated image. Like, these people are ridiculous. People have seen me. Some even met me in real life up in here. They have been seeing me, and they see that nothing about my life I lie about. People up in here have been to my home. And my story has been consistent. Wait. Go to channel. Let me see. Channel activity. Wait, hold on. Let me get to this person's channel. They don't make it as easy like that. Let me see. Cleveland, are you yeah, that's what y'all all say. No, you're seeking videos on Tariq Nasheed and FBA. You are obviously Because I noticed, okay, this is something too I noticed that was real interesting. They all commented it at the same time, and they're seeking videos that are in opposition to FBA and Tariq Nasheed, the masses of these posters, so that they could do the damage control and flood and spam comment sections and chat rooms. Oh, you said Chicago? Yeah, I've been so lazy, so much stuff I've been wanting to do. I sure wanted to. Oh, I wanted to years ago in Chicago. Yeah, I do get kind of prideful. You know, I love New York. If you know, I'm just saying. You know. Okay. All right. Yeah. All right. If you say so, Cleveland. If you say so. But I know what's up. I know what's up. And then instead of asking me what's my problem with Tariq, why don't you listen? You can go back. How about this? Go back and listen to my live stream in full, all 4 hours or whatever, all 3+ hours. Tariq Nasheed or FBA does not represent Black Americans. Go listen to that, and then you can hit me back and stay on point. But you're not going to do that, of course not. All right. Stop acting like, oh, y'all just about, all we're doing is, you know, just standing up proud and representing our history and heritage. No, you're not. No, you're not. And you're only clicking in, those of you who aren't paid subs, bots, agents, you know, just the idiots. You're just looking for another rose. It make you feel good about yourself. Like there's some people who used to follow people like Tommy Sotomayor. They feel like if they listen to Black women, and particularly dark-skinned Black women, be put down all the time, that you know, that's the only way that they can feel good about themselves. And that's how some of y'all are. You got to feel like, oh, this is how people do, just like especially quote unquote minority groups. They look at the so-called minority that is said to be beneath them. Well, at least I'm not them. You know, just like broke, poor, white trash looking at Black people. At least I'm not an N-word. That's how you got certain Black folks up there. Well, I'm Black, but I ain't that Black. At least I'm not dark skinned. At least I'm not At least I'm not, yeah, and this goes both ways. You have people, foreigners. At least I'm not a Black American. At least I'm not a tether. At least I'm not, you know, whoever they think is beneath them. At least I'm not a Black woman. Oh my gosh, dude, I've been here since I was taking on Tommy before Tariq Nasheed, without the puppet and stuff. And you see that, and that's also a point that I was making, dude. You're not telling me something I don't know. I'm an OG up in here. I'm a big mama up in here. You ain't telling me stuff I don't know. I was taking on Tommy before Tariq Nasheed came along, all right, without having to talk about his hairline and all that shit, or his complexion or any of that. But see, that was the thing. A lot of us, we were so busy laughing. When it used to be people like myself, Afro Sheen confronting Tommy Sotomayor and the like, when it used to be people like us confronting them, we were really trying to hit the conscience of our people. We were really trying to get our people to think. But see, Tariq Nasheed, he came with the roast. And at first I was like, well, you know what? Even though it took me aback him using a term like crispy, even though he claimed he wasn't talking about how dark his skin was. But now we know better. He's saying about it being ash. Okay, whatever. But you know what? I said to myself, you know what? I ain't even going to care. I'm not even going to care because Tommy has been taunting dark-skinned Black women, call them darkies, this and that. He's literally, more specifically pinpoint dark-skinned Black women for whatever reason. Well, I know the reason, but. So I was like, you know what? Maybe that's what he needs. And since he's talking about Black women's hair and what they choose to do with their hair, knowing the history, knowing why we may have certain insecurities, then somebody needs to, maybe his hairline, you know. So I told myself, this is what I told myself. And I even did a video addressing this, that perhaps that's what Tommy needs. Somebody on that same low level roasting his ass. Because people like myself and Afro Synergy can't reach the brother. The brother. When we try to, you know what I'm saying, just hold up a mirror and say, what you're doing is very harmful, hurtful, and damaging to our people. What he came at us with threats and all that. But with Tariq, it seemed to humble his ass. I noticed that Tommy, even though he was still talking shit on black folks, I noticed he chilled with a lot of the hair talk. Because then you realize it's about his own hairline insecurities. It's about his own. He want to rock a weave. Ain't afraid to. And upset that women can do this freely without being as criticized. That's all it's about. It's about his own skin insecurities, his own complexion insecurities. And he chilled with a lot of that darky talk. He still talked about black women, but he used to be more. And then he was able to make himself now the victim. See, he's calling me crispy. Tommy, you've been up in here taunting dark-skinned black women long before you were called crispy up in here. I've been here long enough to witness it. But see, the thing is, so I felt like, okay, well, maybe that's what he needs. So, yeah, I laughed with the puppet, watched the crispy show. Even though I don't approve of, you know, I don't give a damn about, I'd never really looked at or saw Tommy as ugly. It was more about his behavior and what he was doing. That was evil and ugly. I'm not like that, really. I don't really, you know, I don't like calling people, and I didn't see him as ugly. Do I dare say it? But I realized, see, that was a thing. Just like I talked about in comparing the Beatles to the Rolling Stones. When they first, you know, the British invasion early on, you know, it kind of looked like the Beatles were the good guys. I want to hold your hand. Like they were the good boys and the Rolling Stone were the bad boys. Kind of like when you think of Jodeci versus, you know, if we must say versus Boys to Men. You see kind of Boys to Men. You know, they even joked on it and said it like, you know, like Jodeci, kind of like their evil cousins or something, you know, and they were kind of Jodeci. Even though, if we really think about it, when Jodeci first came out, they had songs like Forever before, songs like Freaking, yeah, before all that, they had songs like Forever My Lady, like written by I'll Be Sure and stuff. But and I remember some of that earlier Boys to Men stuff. You know, the first was Motown Philly, but remember then they had so Boys and Men wasn't that innocent either initially, but they were still Boys and Men kind of perceived as a better alternative for your teenage girl to listen to versus Jodeci. You know, I'm more Team Jodeci, but it was like that with the Beatles and the Rolling Stone. But then you found out that the Rolling actually, and the Beatles was actually had a more negative impact on the people, more specifically white people, white Christians and stuff. They had more of a negative influence, far more, and being that they were more influential than the Rolling Stones, you know? And I kind of see it like that with Tariq Nasheed coming in here on this. Now, when all of a sudden this person who was when you look at his history, when you really find out about him, he was a person who was rapping, and it wasn't like he was doing conscious rap. No, he was doing that straight gutter, that straight, feeding off the East Coast, West Coast, gangster rap, G-Funk, but he was feeding off of that. He was almost like a Bobby, Jimmy, and the Critters kind of, even though that was funny. But he was, I don't know. And then he find out that he was doing Mac lessons and all that. So why all of a sudden he just hitting history? He wants to talk about the history of the Moors and the history of Africa, Kemet, and people like Mansa Musa. And yeah, what that, you got to question that. He went from K-Flex, idolizing people like Rosebud Pimps, and I mean, it can happen. It can happen. I used to rap myself. I used to, not everything I rapped was all. I can't say that I was ever this conscious. I mean, you know, I wasn't paid, but I'm just saying when I did rap in but that was years ago in the 80s and stuff. You know, I wasn't no conscious rapper, but I'm just saying. But still, I mean, dude got a history. Now, when did he have an experience like Malcolm X where he went to jail or something like that? People don't flip-flop like this. They just don't. Did he have like a Malcolm X experience? He was in jail and he met a hotep or something like, you know, somebody from the Nation Islam. He decided to change his name to a more Islamic name. Come on now. This stuff is questionable. But see, in him coming in here and then eventually him and Tommy falling off. But remember, they were friends. And even after he did his Hidden Colors, he was in an interview with Tommy, telling Tommy, and that's when Tommy was at his worst with his rhetoric. But he said to Tommy, keep doing what you're doing. I should have paid attention when this was pointed out to me. But I tried to tell myself, okay, well, maybe Tariq, maybe he's, you know, maybe he changed, or maybe I told myself maybe he don't really know all that Tommy is saying. That's what I told myself also with Professor Grubb and Tommy. Maybe he's not really paying attention, but he told Tommy, you keep doing what you're doing. This was, trust me, this wasn't that long ago, y'all. He just, yeah, so when they fell out, it made it look, it was easy to look like, okay, Tariq is the good guy and Tommy's the bad guy. Oh, and also he's giving us Hidden Colors. So you would overlook a lot. But I remember, I didn't feel right hearing him referred to one of the earlier things that caused me to raise a brow. Now, at that time, he definitely representing pro-black, and I didn't understand why you had these blacks who felt the need, who were talking pro-black, which just means for black, and yet they felt the need to say they're not pro-black. That was a brow-raising thing. And what caused me to also raise a brow initially, Tariq Nasheed, I noticed I didn't like him referring to brothers as Dusty. And he was talking more specifically about Dusty Hoteps and the names that we name our black children. And I'm like, you know, like, wait, his name ain't even originally Tariq, but he has an issue with, you understand what I'm saying? Hold on. Okay, sorry, y'all. Yeah, this is nothing new. This is nothing new. Okay, you want to play dumb Cleveland? Bye. I'm telling you. Bye. Why is he tethering himself to the Moors though? Why has he has profited? He has profited. He's talking about how Haitians, how have they benefited FB? Yeah, their history was a big benefit to you. So if you are still trying to act ignorant, then that tells me you're an agent. You're an FB agent. And you don't need to be on my channel. Stop using, you can't say, okay, you've discovered this video, so why are you still here? So obviously this is not the conversation for you. Who are they? I'm not looking for Haitians to make videos thanking me. What the hell? What are you looking for? What have you done what have you specifically done for Haitians, Jamaicans? What are you talking about? What are you talking about? You know damn well you don't have a bunch of Africans talk. Please show me all the abundance of channels in YouTube. I'm not talking about one here, one there. And those are probably agents too. I know with that chaotic truth liar, that chaotic truth, because a couple of years ago, he was on a podcast with a Black American woman disrespecting his own Nigerian women. So I know that he's an agent. I want you to show me all of the channels. Oh, but it's coming. They're going to, trust me, they're going to find a counter. Because please, you have not encountered, I've never in my life, I've been on the north side of Chicago, where there's a whole bunch of Haitians, Jamaicans. My sister-in-law, her dad's Jamaican. My brother's ex-wife was, trust me, my daughter, I've never heard them use the term akata. I had a Nigerian girl staying with me. My daughter, last boyfriend, we were on the north side of Chicago, one being Senegal, one from Nigeria. I was dating before getting married a Jamaican guy. I've never heard being called, I should take y'all through a tour of the north side, at certain parts of the north side of Chicago. So let's cut the shit, okay? Cut the shit. There's going to be stereotyping from everybody, okay? There are people on the west side of Chicago got something bad to say about the people on the south side, and vice versa. Okay? I'm more worried about gangster disciples, GDs out here. All right? So let's cut the bullshit. Stop acting like you've so damn offended. Fake. You're not offended by Godfrey, and that's really fake. That's fake outrage. I don't mean to sound like white folks, what about black on black crime? But seriously, this is fake outrage right now. You're not mad at Godfrey. It's just about him being foreign, and you see a lot of Black Americans like him, and y'all got to find something because it's part of the agenda. This is bullshit. Godfrey's a problem. So cut the shit. Why are you tethered your ass to my channel? Hold on, let me get rid of this person right here. And they look at it, plebiscite babble. How many times are y'all going to repeat? Y'all are some straight parrots, echo chambers. Hold on. I'm trying to get rid of this damn person. Why are they making this difficult in StreamYard? Bye. Plebiscite babble, tether, cheetah pea, bush meat. This shit getting old. Y'all, this is played out. All it is, y'all, it's played for real. Y'all got to come up with, it's getting redundant and played out. It's not funny. He used to be fun. This shit ain't funny no more. He used to be funny and seem creative. It ain't funny no more. Have y'all noticed his sense of humor ain't, Now, we shouldn't have been laughing at the crispy puppet and, and making fun of Tariq Bay and all that. But if you notice, he's become solely dependent on the AI. He's repetitive. It's not even funny no more. It never really was. It's becoming dry. And then it's like, and y'all, and it's just like with Eminem. It's like, I don't know who's worse, Eminem or the Stains, aka Stans. Y'all actually are making it worse for Tariq Nasheed. For one, you're in the comment section and chat rooms. You're showing yourself to be ignorant. I remember when they had that thing. What was it? Who was it? Who channel was it on? They had confronting, like he needed to be confronted, Professor Smalls on what he was saying about the FBA. They were all in the chat room when that live stream was going, and I was there. And they were just all just you couldn't even, it was hard to even focus on what James Small was saying because they were just being so ignorant and immature in the chat room. Just the comments. And I'm like, this shit is embarrassing. I'm going to come back. I'm going to come back and listen to this. Like, it's just embarrassing. Like, y'all, no, you're not going to say you represent me. Hell no. Y'all are ignorant. You're embarrassing. You're not funny. Plebiscite babble. He used to be good with his, coming up with his little, And then you realize he's not even all that original. He never really was. He's taken also from a lot of us. I remember certain people in the black sector used to say how Nasheed was like biting. You know, I had to kind of experience that myself. Tommy did that too. Tommy definitely taking things, watching, peeping us in what was the black sector or whatever. I don't want to say I was a part of that sector, no, but I did participate. I'm not gonna lie, because I was invited to. But yeah, I had to separate from that. There was nothing pro-black. Yeah, they were. I mean, they were. It was so ignorant. I was, trying to listen in the chat room, but I'm looking at the chat room at the same time, and I was like, oh my gosh, this is too much ignorance for me. Not ignorance, ignorance, contraction, ignorant asses. Like, man, just like this is embarrassing. But Tariq Nasheed, wasn't he in an interview with Jesse Lee Peterson talking like he knew? Like he talked about Black Americans as if they were stupid. No, he was just thinking of his following. But like I had to show you, once upon a time, there was a time, and I'm not just talking about my videos, and I don't mean to sound like somebody, now that my child, please. Oh, please. Because I know deep down, if I wanted to blow this shit up, if I wanted to blow the hell up in YouTube, trust me, I've been here long enough. I know how the game is played. The game has been offered to me. They have offered me. I wouldn't say the bag, but trust me, I had that opportunity years ago. All right, you best believe YouTubers came to me. Even the Dr. Drew show came to me. Did you know that? I had showed the receipts years ago. I just didn't respond. Next thing you know, I see they got a show with Dina Jacobs and this one guy, he passed away. This guy who was, I guess, a precursor to what became the Black Manosphere up in here. But y'all would have preferred seeing Dina Jacobs. she was a beautiful woman. Not saying I'm not beautiful, but yeah. But no, yeah. And I've already had a certain experience, which I shared with y'all. But yeah, I could have jumped and flipped and got on that the raccoon chain or jumped on with the divestors and because I'm gonna tell you a lot of the talking points, like in me presenting with the Moynihan report, the Cynthia G's and stuff, they got a lot of that from my channel in the light where we had good intentions. We just wanted to defend Black women and point out the inaccuracies or the misinformation. We weren't about bashing, definitely speaking for myself, wasn't about bashing Black men. That's what they were about, because they were on a whole nother agenda. And trust me, I could have went that route because I had a lot of these female followers. That's why they were also coming to me because they wanted the like, for instance, you have certain people, they want the audience that you have. And I'm going to tell you, when I saw certain people blowing up in here, I was really happy for them. But now, like I said, in the case of Phil Scott, now it's like, it's sad. I'm disappointed. Like, why are you going there? You didn't have to do that. So why would I not want for my brothers and sisters? Because like, and that's the thing. I could probably still got the proof of me trying to defend Tariq Nasheed, like when they were coming at him about the Mink Slide thing. I was like, so what? So what, he wants to do music. I believe that we should utilize all of our gifts. I like music. My husband and I, we purchased the Mink Slide. So if it was really about me having a problem with him making money, that's bullshit. Thank you. Okay, so now you let me. Thank you for making it easy. Okay, thank you for yeah. See, he's okay. Thank you for showing us what FBAs really want to do. This is all that y'all want to do, and I'm highlighting it before I even delete. Of course, I should just delete the comment. I don't keep your $20. Okay, keep your $20 and wipe your behind with it. All right. Look, Ain't nobody struggling like that. All right. Thank you for showing me this. See, this is all that FBA is about. Thank you for showing me. Thank you. You're no longer wasting my time. See, I knew you was on some bullshit. So don't come up in here. Just be what you about. I have more respect if they did just come up in here with the busted tether. Even though I'm a delete, but remove they wasting their time. But really don't waste my time trying like oh, you're just about representing your lineage and heritage and all of that. See, this is what you about. This is all that you about. This is all that this is about. Thank you for this. Okay, now I can remove you though. Thank you. You made it there. Now, why didn't you just come up in here like that from the jump? Why didn't you just, why didn't you just come up in here with the African booty scratcher, big yellow heifer, and musty tether, blah, blah, blah? How come you just didn't, make it easy for me instead of wasting my damn time? See, because it was about causing a distraction and deflection. Yeah, and notice the comments flood as I was about to play what these brothers were saying. See, I fell for it. Well, I knew better, but all right. Thank you. Now that made it so much easier. Now, okay? Don't bullshit me. Stop acting like you trying to share information about your heritage and culture, and you're just trying to, differentiate and make the differentiation. Now get the hell out of here. You just want to talk shit. All right. Cut the shit, okay? I'm how old am I? I'm a 50-something young woman. Okay. You can't fool me. And I'm an OG. I'm a big mama up in here. You can't fool me. What you thought? What you thought? Wait, how come this comment's still showing even though the comment is removed? Exactly. That's all you about. African booty scratcher jokes and no. Now some musty tether jokes. That's all you about. That's all you want to do is talk shit. If it make you feel better, if this is your Zoloft, if it make you feel better, waiting for Tariq Nasheed's got another video for you. Okay, I know that's just like Tommy Sotomayor. I said he was a Becky booster. White women, his channel was for white women, white people, period, but especially white women white men ain't paying attention to them. So they must hear black women be put down all day to feel better about themselves. So they can remind themselves, well, at least I'm not Lakeisha. At least I'm not Shaniqua. So I guess I feel better. White women whose husbands, if they have any, are ignoring them. White women who would not be paid attention to in their own community, who are contributing jack shit to society. Some people need that. They need to, they feel they got to hear other people being continuously put down for them to feel better about themselves. The sad thing is, I don't like seeing that's my people acting like that, So I gotta hold on, but let me share what they said. Yeah, because I may have to go back a little bit.
Is the end game for FBA, since you want to delineate from everything else?
Well, one of the things that I want to touch on is the concept of an economy. And this is why I say the Black Power discussion is above the pay grade of FBA, because I don't hear anybody talking about this. How do you build an economy? Well,
it starts with you actually being in control of a government that can set trade policies. I mean, that's one way. That's something that's a piece to it.
So in other words, a nation.
Yep, that would be correct.
Not a neighborhood.
No, not a neighborhood.
Not a block.
An actual country with a government that's recognized in some borders.
Right, not a neighborhood, not a block. Not a city, not a borough, not a state, but a nation. If you're not looking at yourself as a nation, How are you ever going to empower your own people? And it's 2026, and we're still having a discussion about whether we want to be a nation. In 2026, this is why I say these people are not serious. It's a bunch of chest-beating, feel-good Black activism, which I am totally disgusted and tired of. I'm exhausted with feel-good Black activism. Oh, Black people are dope. We the most copied people on the planet. We everybody bites our style. We got the most swag. We got the most aura. Yet you don't have no socioeconomic and political power.
Yep.
So all that other stuff is meaningless to me. So fucking what? So somebody wants to dress like you dress, or talk like you talk, or dance like you dance. That means something to you? Yeah.
And the funny thing is, they're not even okay. Even if they wanted to focus on, like, I'm not tripping over if you want to focus on how great we dance, how great we, me being an artist. Of course, those things are very important to me. I think that they're just as, even if we're, let's say, talking entertainment, I think that an entertainer is just as necessary. Somebody who can entertain or just, it's just as necessary as that physician, I mean, I know y'all may disagree. I'm just saying, but even so, let's say if you, they're not even focusing on our swag. It's all just about, but I get he's making an excellent point here. But I'm just saying, they're not even focusing on how cool we are, how it's always about, I'm better than you. Y'all want to look like me. And, it's only that. You understand what I'm saying? Y'all want to copy me. You wish you was me. And that's, like I said, this is the same thing I'm noticing, like with a lot of these so-called, these sectors, they claim they represent light-skinned people. Okay, all right, then just focus. If that's what you want to focus in, focus on light skin, focus on that then. Not just always making these comparisons. You don't need to do that. You don't need to do that. You're jealous of, when you got to always remind people they jealous of you, they jealous of you, they jealous of you, But like you say, he's making a good point. This is a lot of chest beating, and this ain't really, how is this even really empowering? Really? We have been told, white folks have not held back in telling us that we're trendsetters. They haven't held back in telling us that. It's just like, I used to feel really good watching, as a kid in the 80s and stuff, and like if they did have, when they rarely did have a Black person, that token or whatever, those token Black characters, if that character just happened to be strong, like in Police Academy. I liked seeing Hightower, the character Hightower. I really liked seeing him lift up, like he was strong, and when the white guys couldn't do this, he could lift it. And I used to be really proud of that. Like, at least, because at least he's like a cool character. At least he's not one of the, even though they had like Stephen Gutenberg's character, Mahoney, teaching him how to drive. He didn't know how to drive, but, but at least he wasn't a nerdy character or dorky character. I felt it was cool that he was shown his stuff. But that's the thing. White folks, they never held back, and they knew, at least, he's not shown like how Long Duck Dong was shown in 16 Candles as being geeky, and that's a damn shame. I mean, there's nothing wrong with me feeling satisfied with seeing a character like that, but when that's all like on Revenge of the Nerds, okay, why the I'm taking you back to 80s movies. Well, why the one black nerd, he got to be gay, but I was still okay because, well, at least he could rap, and he could dance, clap your hands, everybody. So at least he was cool. At least he wasn't like Poindexter or you understand what I'm saying, or he didn't have the goofy laugh, at least, and I was content with that, as long as we're seen as cool to some degree, even if we're only playing pimps, as long as we're seen as cool and strong, and you know what I'm saying. But yeah, there's nothing wrong with me. I'd rather see a brother like Hightower shown as strong than versus weak. Now we're not even seeing that, but yeah, but that just goes to show our expectations are so low. Like I don't know. Then I remember some years ago, some people were mad at me at the message forum. This was years ago. I've been in social media since 2008, and this is before I even came to YouTube. There were some people who they had a problem when we were in the message forum, and because I was watching it, it was this show that my daughter would have on Nickelodeon, yeah, and it was like Ned's Declassified, and I noticed it, and I just and I did a video. I'm gonna re-upload that Black and Nerdy years ago, years later on that too. But some people, because I was just saying, like, I had an issue with the way they have the black boy portrayed on Ned's Declassified. You know, um, like when they do show us as smart, it's almost like, yeah, they'll show a smart black person, but it's almost like they've been castrated or something. Like in the case of Steve Urkel, you know what I mean? And then some people they had an issue. Well, what's wrong with showing blacks as nerds? At least they're showing them as smart. I'm like, yeah, but what's the point of being smart if you're destroying everything? You can't get a girl. I mean, when you're just totally. Even the white nerds, even on Revenge of the Nerds, they weren't like that. Lewis and Gilbert's characters weren't like because they had the black boy on this Nickelodeon acting all scared, and so I had to years later follow up with a video. Okay, what I would see like nerds I could respect. Black nerds like on television, you know, and like I liked AJ, in the cartoon Fairly Odd Parents. I like AJ. You know, he's a nerd, but he wasn't like, you know what I'm saying, like totally, you know, uncool. If you understand what I'm saying. But yeah. Let me get back to what he's saying.
So fucking what? So somebody wants to dress like you dress or talk like you talk or dance like you dance. That means something to you. Yet they control every aspect of even that superficial culture.
Yeah, and they
What
make
were
a
you
lot
gonna
to
say?
profit off of selling it than you do. Yeah, I was gonna add on to what you were saying. It's like, yeah, everybody want to mimic you, everybody thinks you're cool, but you don't even make any money off of that.
Yeah, that's
Like rap music. Like black people historically have done that better than anybody. But we don't even like most of it is owned by white Jewish people now. So that's what I mean. Like when I say like all this stuff that they're reaching for, all these materialistic, these little symbolic victories, they're nothing. They have no problem giving that to you because you can't hurt anybody with it. It's symbolic. It's not economical power. It's not political power. It's just a feel-good thing. It's a placebo.
right. Yeah, and don't get me wrong. You know, hey, you know, I understand the power of symbology, and you know, and I understand. I'm not trying to play down, you know, our coolness, or yeah, and that's another thing too. Like white racists, they've always acknowledged they can't doubt our coolness. They can't doubt, but see, they're not threatened really by that. Only time they may be threatened by that if it's something, you know, sexual, but yeah, they're not really. But and that's a funny thing too. Even with our coolness, we don't even like while we're beating on our chest. Well, y'all are beating on your chest. FBA. The same time, you got Eminem, and yes, I'm going to use him as his ultimate example. He's being declared the greatest of all time in hip hop. Yeah, he's a GOAT, as in Baphomet. This guy who was like the first rapper I saw to put on a dress and makeup like a woman, a straight up woman. He's y'all refer to him. Yeah, during while y'all was taught, y'all were shouting FBA. He's dissing Melly Mel, Black American legend, and Tariq Nasheed ain't say nothing. Even when I tried to bring his attention to it, I tried to tag his name to something, hoping that he would respond to it. Not respond to me, but respond to this because I'm realizing he got a bigger mind. He said nothing. He said nothing. But I guarantee you, let it have been like a African or Jamaican rap. Oh, he's quick to go at a Busta Rhymes, or he's quick to go at a Luke, but he said nothing. You got Eminem, disrespecting legend Melly Mel, already been disrespecting Nick Cannon, but now he's disrespecting in a time when it's supposed to be the 50th anniversary of hip hop. He's straight up disrespecting legend Melly Mel, and Tariq Nasheed said nothing. You know damn well Yeah, see, because so even the coolness, and as they're declaring, he's making a song called Rap God. The same guy, rapper, white guy who said, "I'm not with that nigga shit." He said, "I'm not with that nigga shit. I'm just here to make a bigger hit." That's what Eminem said. They're in comment. I'm telling you, they're in the comment section of this video compilation of the N-word, of Eminem saying the N-word, past and present. And they're, oh, I would be offended if Eminem didn't call us niggas. If Eminem, he's an official nigga. We can keep him. Y'all can have Dre. We go keep. I'm like, oh my God, is this FBA? Is this FBA, y'all? Right. Right, you got Benzito, at least Benzito. Oh, he ain't say that because he knows that Eminem is protected by the Jimmy Iovines. And see, but you got a sister like me that's brave enough to go there. I lost my channel, one of my channels, one of the 4 channels that they removed for me going at Eminem. Just me addressing the shit. I'm like, damn, so these guys ain't gonna do it. I guess I gotta say something. I gotta defend Melly Mel's. And just for Melly Mel and Nick Cannon to both fold and apologize and all that. Like, oh man. Oh, like that's why I was like, do not expect me. Like I said, I will no longer defend Kanye West. I will no longer like, oh my gosh, I feel like what, why is everybody scared? Damn. So don't give me that. Don't give me that. So because even when it comes to your coolness and your swag and your that you tout that you taunt the so-called the black tethers with, oh, we're better than y'all copying us. Y'all ain't even controlling that. You're not even controlling that. Because even when you expected Kendrick, what was the award that they gave to Eminem instead? Man. Well, I'm not going to say black males. These ones in particular with the FBA crap. Not black men, because the majority of black men I know ain't on this ish. But these ones, that's now these big mouths and social media, oh, they ain't saying nothing. Like I said, I initially confronted, and even when we talk about Cynthia G, and that's what I'm saying, under this guise of pro-blackness. Remember when she was going at Crystal Cares? See, that's just like how Tariq going at Tom. See, and it make it look like Cynthia G the good guy and Kristen Cares and the bad guy. But then you see that Cynthia G way more damaging with her rhetoric. Way far more. She makes Cynthia G with her rhetoric made Kristen Cares look like Shahrazad Ali. Okay, well, no. I don't want to use her example. Look like Frances Cress Wilson. All right. But I'm telling you, the way that it was like it was a humiliation. The same time it was the 50th year anniversary of hip hop, it was like it was a humiliation ritual with Melly Mel. And I'm like looking at people that saying, I didn't even know about Melly Mel. Who is he anyway? And I'm like, oh my God. I'm telling you, I was about to lose my mind. I was about to have an aneurysm over this. Like, and I got to tell myself, why do I care so much? And then Melly Mel just ends up, just like I witnessed with Nick Cannon. Even I did these videos. I took all these stains, Eminem stains coming at my channel, coming at me, this and that. And I'm like, that's all I was saying. Please. I've lost channels going at these people. But yeah, and this is just how, and what did and it ain't about I ain't getting no money from this. So why am I doing this? Why am I hold on. I haven't even turned on monetization for my last couple. I know I can. But hold on. But yeah, and playing it, so that allows me to go into. I know I should do this, and maybe I'll make a separate video. But going into George E. Johnson, yeah, you got the Chicago Tribune. Definitely talking about it. It's hot in Chicago. I know this is nothing to y'all, but you know, Chicago Tribune. I don't know which article should I read though. WGN Chicago. Georgie Johnson, Black hair care pioneer, dies at 99 years old. I did not expect to be talking on this long. I know I need to do this separately. But I really thought I would be talking about Tariq for like maybe 15 minutes. I do this. I get too relaxed. I get too chill up in here. I need to go back. Yeah, I was better at making videos, but I was grown tired. I know there's a lot of stuff I could be doing right now that I should be doing that I used to do, and I'm not. But I was assistant tired. But yes, let me I guess I'll read this Tribune article. You saying, how do you respond to you? I can see you here. What do you mean? I used to you know, like be open with email and even my phone number and stuff, but I had a situation happen with people that I used to have on my panel. It could have got really bad with me. Thank goodness it didn't. But a certain person, and I saw that, you know, I have to be careful and cautious with that because a certain person, yeah, I saw how they was mailing her. Yeah, they doing really wicked stuff. Yeah, sending stuff to her in mail, and yes, I had to, you know, I had to do a filtering process. So I'm not as open to, you know, like exchanging information as I used to. Because it used to be, because I'm from a time in social media where we felt we could even use our names, share our family pictures and all that stuff. Just like how people, you know, that time when people had their first and last name and and social media and Facebook and you know, MySpace and all that. Well, I never really did MySpace, but now it's so weird now. But I mean, you can okay, you saying check your previous comment? Let me scroll up. I'm sorry, I just be sitting back in the chat when I'm streaming. Okay. I've been copy and pasting, hoping you see it. FBAs are truly. I'm sorry, sweetheart. Forgive me, Coco, for it's not on purpose now. It's not on purpose. Okay, the lady named Kat says she wants Africans unalived and is happy that African kids are getting. Who's that? Who is Kat? I kind of don't want to know, but somebody is really saying that. I want to highlight the comment, but you know, YouTube they came in a person's channel merely because a word was showing from a census form, and it was in script, it was in cursive, and the word was just, what was it, colored or Negro, and they came at the person's, yeah, because I would highlight your comment, Coco Canes. What? Seriously? You know what? And this is what I think also. What they also want is they want foreigners to come into YouTube and see these videos and comments, and they want them to believe so that they don't try to connect with us. Like supposedly there was this offer made by Ibrahim Traore on behalf of Black Americans. And I think they want foreigners to come in here and see these comments and believe that this is what the majority of Black Americans think about them. This is why they try to spam our comment section about a lady named Kat. Goodness. I know you ain't lying though. Trust me, there are going to be. I've been in YouTube for a while, and just the extreme stuff I've heard against Black Americans, like Black American women and men. From Tommy, so the stuff that was said from the Cynthia G's and the Tommy Sotomayor's, Cynthia G referring to Kobe Bryant as worm food, calling black men bullet bags. The stuff from Tommy Sotomayor saying that we need to be thrown in ovens. So I wouldn't be, why would it surprise me that they would be saying something like this about others? This has nothing to do. This ain't about defending ourselves. This ain't got nothing to do. This ain't about promoting ourselves. Okay. Well, you said a lady named Kat. Okay, well, let me see. You wouldn't be able, because I'm just not as familiar with you. You wouldn't be able to post. You have to be a moderator to like post the link, like in the chat room. But even so, I don't know if I really want to see that. So I remember before when people was like telling me about this divested zealot channel. I remember when they first told me about that a couple of years ago, and I didn't know that I was experiencing certain symptoms of menopause. I mean, I knew it, but I didn't know. So because I was like way more emotional. I mean, but understandably so. But I just remember when I went and I finally peeped the channel that they were talking about, and what I had saw, just the thumbnail alone, it had me so disturbed that it was like my chest, I was like really feeling sick. And I even like, you know what, like came and did a little short little video or stream, like I think I'm done with YouTube. And yeah, she had like as a silhouette, it was an image, and you gotta understand, I also lost my brother. I lost a brother under some circumstances, you know, in under police custody. I'll just put it like this. But yeah. But still, regardless, that I know that's how I would still react. Because I know how I used to be, just if I saw a black man or woman, but it usually just be a black man in a movie killed. You know, I know how that used to affect me as a child. Like it was a scene in The Omen that really, you know, satanic movie, The Omen, where the Meshach Taylor's character, The Omen too, he was cutting out, and I remember how that affected me as a kid. I just really hated scenes where like a black man would be killed or something in a movie, and I guess because me having 4 brothers, and I always picture it as. But yeah, this divested channel had the image, and don't think that I don't care about black women. I'm just saying what I would usually see in the films, you know. Yeah, and she had a thumbnail. It was like a silhouette of a tree, and on one side, what looked like a little black girl swinging happily, like the silhouette of a black girl swinging from the, you know, like swinging, you know, like playground swinging on one side, and then on the other side, a black man swinging from a tree, but he was lynched. Like, and this was a channel like just supposedly for on behalf of black women, bringing our attention to black femicide. Now, I remember when they were initially trying to bring our attention to that. I remember that in Facebook, and I supported that. I felt we need to bring more attention, especially in my city, Chicago, to the homicide rate, you know, with black females, being that it was reported that the number one people who are victims of homicide in Chicago are black females. So yeah, we need more attention brought to that, more specifically. And I feel that this rhetoric that's been going on for years in YouTube, you know, maybe feeding into that, desensitizing people to the lives of black women. And I think that's part of the goal. But yeah, and black women coming up missing, organs missing, all this kind of stuff. A lot of questionable stuff with the city. Like yeah, so of course I want attention brought to that. But this woman's channel, yeah, this was wicked. And it had affected me, like it just hit me like in the pits of, you know. And yeah, I didn't realize what I was experiencing at that time. Also being overly emotional, you know, menopause and everything. But I was mad at the people in the chat room for like telling me about that. I was mad. I don't mean to know this. I was like, why y'all even tell me? Because it had me jacked up, like, damn. And I realized this person had a lot of subscribers. And like, who is this? And I noticed, and you'll find out that these people, they got like these divested, they got no love for black women. They don't have no, this ain't about, they want to keep black women triggered. They want us to be angry. That's why Cynthia G would do that, who they really choose. If your sister is your friend, she's not trying to always keep you triggered. Let's say you broke up with your ex, somebody you were in love with for years. You don't want to always keep being reminded that he's talking to another woman. Just imagine what friend would do that, knowing that you once upon a time had deep feelings for this guy. That's what I'm saying. Like, you get no sisterly love from these women, and you find that you end up seeing them beefing more with other black women. Divest is valid. All them women who you would think they would be on the same side with. You see these very ones beefing with more black women than anybody. And it's the same with the Tommies. And how many people, O'Shea Duke Jackson came up in there bashing black women. But since then, how many black men? Yeah, I don't know why. Because usually I was not really one about flagging, but that was like, I was like, wow, this is how far we going. I'm like, damn, it's like this now. Really? And the thing is, and I'm like, and I had lost my channel over nothing. And I'm like, this is how it's like this now, you really. And you'll notice they're always calling other black women bitches and stuff. Like, if you still have feelings for black men, just natural feelings, you ain't got to be caping necessarily. But if you just got feelings that are natural, if you have motherly instinct, they think you a mammy just for still having motherly instinct that's natural to a woman, natural feelings and affections for a black man. That's a reflection also of yourself. That's just natural. If you still got feelings for black men, even if black men, it's not saying that you can't confront certain things and you can't defend black women and call out what's wrong, but to make you feel like you bad for still having feelings for black men, that's just natural. If you no longer have them feelings, something's wrong. Just like if you no longer have feelings for opposite sex, but the Bible, the scriptures say we'd be given over to unnatural affections. There's something wrong if you just have a disdain like that for, because it's only the black man and the black woman you need both to create the black woman and vice versa. So there's no way a black man can have hate for black women and love his brothers. That's why you will see these very guys that have been making videos for years. It was easy for Angry Man to transition to talking against black men. That was easy. If you got this disdain for black women, it's automatic. You hate black men and you hate yourself. It's unnatural. It's unnatural for me as a black woman. Even if black men get on my nerves, I can call this, but it is unnatural for me to harbor that kind of animosity. That's abnormal. Something is wrong. Something is off. Now, it could have been caused by trauma, but I need help. Something is off. Okay. Yeah, that's what we got to understand. It's understanding. And it's also off too. There is no woman that's going to be totally 100% with what men say. That's something, like even my husband and I, we are not going to be 100% on everything. Like when it comes to budgeting, because I'm a woman, he's a man. We may have both have the same intention in the end, but he's going to see the budget a little differently. He's going to see things a little differently because we are, in that sense, we are different. That's why, yeah, of course, we need to acknowledge our differences. I'm a man, he's, like I may see the color of the wall. I may see the color of this wall as being off-white. He's just going to see white. You understand what I'm saying? I may see it as off-white or eggshell white, or, where he's going to see it as, it's just white. You understand what I'm saying? Because, men and women, we're different. And that's natural. Yeah, so anytime you got a woman that's just totally, everything a man says, she'll agree on 100%, 100. Yeah, women shouldn't vote. Yeah, you're right. Women, no, something's wrong there too. Okay? Something is wrong with these extremes. That's unnatural too. All right. But yeah, I'm so sorry. I was supposed to have talked about, but yes, John E. Johnson, founder of Johnson Products Incorporated, a company, Johnson Products Company, dies at 99 years old. So I think I'll read the one from Chicago Tribune. Hope you're still with me. I did not expect to be talking about this for so long on the FBA tip. I really wanted to focus more on him, and I really kind of wanted to chill in this stream and share some Johnson Products memories. I used to get confused, like Johnson and Johnson. When I was a kid, I was like, wait, so is he Johnson and Johnson? Being from Chicago, I knew of the Johnson Beauty, also, with the factory and everything. But I used to think that this was also Johnson and Johnson, which is totally different. But of course, I later found out. But yes, hold on. Yes, George Ellis Johnson, American businessman, passed away. Wow, same age as my grandma. He's just a couple months older, representing that late GI generation. But let me read this. Oh gosh, things are freezing. Bad timing. Never get around to this. Okay. Can y'all hear me? Please tell me you can hear me. I'd appreciate that. Maybe I'll do some refreshing. I'm going to refresh real quick. Okay, I'm hoping that you guys can hear me. Press 1 if you can hear me loud enough, clear enough. I would really appreciate that. I had to kind of refresh some things. All right. Yeah, things kind of freezing up as I'm clicking on the images. Okay, so. Ooh, I got a burp. I don't want to talk and end up. Okay, so let's learn about him. I'm reading from the Chicago Tribune.com. All right, and this was published on July 6, 2026. John E. Johnson Sr., the one-time chemist who built Chicago-based Johnson Products Company, the nation's largest producer of cosmetics and hair products for African Americans, died on Monday at his Chicago home. The death was confirmed in a statement by the Johnson family. Johnson had been a longtime resident of Water Tower Place in the Gold Coast, rich people live. And that's where Oprah had her little penthouse or whatever. He had been a longtime resident of Water Tower Place in the Gold Coast, and he previously had lived in Glencoe. For decades, Johnson was influential in the lives of post-World War II Black Americans, both through his company's expansive product line, which included items such as Afro Sheen. Hold on. Hold on. Let me delete a lot of this stuff. Okay, got a lot of tabs. Yeah, y'all know these products. Afro Sheen. Yeah, where was I? For decades, Johnson was influential in the lives of post-World War II Black Americans, both through his company's expansive product line, which includes items such as Afro Sheen, Afro Sheen. Oh, okay, it is showing. Why is it not? I'm sorry, this thing is not. Ugh. How things want to act up. Yeah, which include items such as Afro Sheen, Classic Curl, Gentle Treatment, and Ultra Sheen. And through sponsorship of the TV dance program Soul Train, the success in market in Soul Train started in Chicago, Don Cornelius. The success and market dominance of the company, which was founded in 1954 and sold to a white-run firm in 1993, was long seen as proof that Black business leaders could create their own business dynasties. Born George Ellis Johnson in Richton, Mississippi in 1927 to Charles and Priscilla Johnson, Johnson moved with his family to Chicago when he was 2 years old. Okay, yeah, that's like a lot of Black folks, definitely of that era. Yeah, most of them coming from down south, mostly most are from Mississippi or Alabama. Those were the primary two. Because, Mississippi is like the state of Mississippi is like a straight shot, to Illinois, to Chicago. And Chicago being that city, that primary cities like Chicago, Detroit, where you had the factories and what was believed the opportunities up north. Yeah, especially when we consider the second migration wave. That's just me talking, by the way. Yeah, so his family, my family came from the south, from Mississippi also, after World War II, however. Obviously his people came, his family, after World War One, that part of that first wave. Born George Ellis Johnson in Richton, Mississippi in 1927 to Charles and Priscilla Johnson, Johnson moved with his family to Chicago when he was 2 years old. Industrious and entrepreneurial, Johnson, who grew up near Bronzeville, okay, we know about the history of Bronzeville, began working at age 6, collecting milk bottles. Later jobs included shining shoes, delivering newspapers, waiting tables, and setting pins at a bowling alley. I worked my butt off and did things a young Black man didn't do then, Johnson told the Tribune in 2025. I took my riding lessons in Washington Park. I went to the theater. I went to the opera. I dressed up for school every day and I made money. I was never unemployed. Johnson left Wendell Phillips High School as a junior to join his brother as a door-to-door salesman for Black-owned Fuller Products, founded by Samuel B. Fuller. Let me see. Hold on. Let me see something. Hold on. Yeah, maybe I'll also talk about this brother as well. Early Black entrepreneur Samuel B. Fuller. Maybe I'll also talk about this brother, another brother. Yeah, and understand Chicago, we got a rich history. Hold on, we got a rich history. Now, yeah, Samuel B. Fuller originally, hold on. I just hate the way that we have to kind of click around. Now, he passed away in 1988, of course, born earlier, but dang it. Oh, I'm not even doing the screen share. Got to talk about eventually this brother as well. But yeah, getting back on. And here you see him here in this picture with Mayor Richard J. Daley, who was mayor at that time. That's who Martin Luther King, Dr. Martin Luther King Jr., he was residing in Chicago, being protected by the Black P Stones on the west side where my family was. He was, sometime before his death. Martin Luther King was staying on the west side of Chicago, going against the Daley machine. Well, that is Richard Daley Sr., I believe. Yeah. We've had the Daley mayor, him and his son. Yeah, they've been mayors of Chicago. Yeah, so Richard J. Daley Wright talks with George E. Johnson, Center of Johnson Products Company, and Alvin Boot. I don't know how it looks French, in 1969. Okay. Alvin Boute. Yeah, so that's him in the center. You see him cover of Jet magazine here. This is a publication from 1975. After a year of knocking on doors, Johnson joined Fuller's laboratory staff, eventually becoming head production chemist, a role that taught him how to make everything from lipsticks and foundation to cologne. I spent 10 years with Fuller, and his philosophy was the golden rule, and I absorbed it, Johnson told the Tribune last year. The golden rule, in case you've forgotten, is quite old school. Do unto others as you would have done unto yourself. After 10 years at Fuller, Johnson decided to strike off on his own, emboldened by a formula for hair straightening he developed in Fuller's lab at the behest of Orville Nelson, a hairstylist for some stars, including Nat King Cole. Nelson tried out Johnson's mix of lye and petroleum for his customers. It was a success. Now, I know that some of you, like I remember when there were the people who were jumping at Madam C. This is years before that questionable documentary or whatever that I didn't care to watch, especially after on Madam C.J. Walker. But I remember seeing there was, because at the time in YouTube it was popular to diss black women, and even if they were successful, like let's say an Oprah, just find something. And I remember people coming at Madam C.J. Walker, oh, she taught black women to hate themselves and all that stuff. Look, at the time, before people, try to come at George Johnson, like with Madam C.J. Walker, you have to understand the time, okay? You have to understand the time. I'm not saying that it's right for us to have straightened our hair, but give consideration to the time, because there was a time when our people was taught that straightening our hair was a part of grooming. We were made to feel as if your hair was not groomed. Now, you don't have to have your hair, the kinks, straightened out. That's why I don't even like using that term kinky. I prefer nappy over kinky, in fact, because kinky, saying that our hair is kinky, that implies that you got to straighten it, like something's wrong. You got to get the kinks out, like it needs to be straight. Like you're not supposed to have kinks in anything. So that's like basically saying our hair is not supposed to be kinky. So I really don't like using the term kinky. I prefer nappy over kinky, actually, but yeah, we're made to feel as if it wasn't necessarily self-hate, but like as if we're supposed to straighten our hair, like that's a part of grooming, almost like cleanliness or something. And I know that sounds ridiculous, but I do believe that that's how a lot of black people at that time were feeling, believing that this is straightening, like this is something we're supposed to do. We're not supposed to have our hair. We're supposed to straighten out these coils. You're supposed to like clean your kitchen, like the back of your neck. You're supposed to clean your kitchen. I'm not saying that it's right. Yeah, I hear you, Reef. Right. Yeah, I didn't know that with the Johnson Pride. I didn't know that. What you're saying that. Oh wait, I was trying to highlight what you were saying. Yeah. But yeah, so I'm still, I still respect this brother and his achievements, okay? And also we grow, we learn that, what was great. You understand when he started, when they initially, started this, it was before the whole Black is Beautiful movement and era, okay? So when we learn better, we do better. And so eventually, started, producing products that was more for our natural hair. You see, this is a picture of him in 1975, and you can see here his hair is not relaxed. His what we would call relaxed. His hair is not processed. Yeah, like see, it's a little different here. This was him in the 60s, late 60s though, versus by 1970, by 1975, he's rocking the natural. So, we grow, we learn, and he helped in the promotion. Now, yeah, initially, working for Fuller, he was making, hair straightening, but we grow, we learn. All right. Want to talk about ethnogenesis? No, I mean, yeah. So in continuing, okay, so he was a hairstylist for stars, including Nat King Cole. Nelson tried out Johnson's mix of lye and petroleum for his customers, and it was a success. One day he said, "This is it. Don't touch it," Johnson told the Tribune in 1993. That day, I knew there was an opportunity to start a business. With that, Johnson Products was born. He started the business with a $250 loan. The straightener, known as Ultra Wave Hair Culture, was his first product, and his first location was the back room of a friend's store. That was where we got our start. 517 East 63rd. Interesting. 63rd Street. You remember Nyla says talking about her salon where she served, where she has clients, celebrity clients on 63rd. Today, 63rd. But I guess 63rd has history. It's 63rd Street. But yeah, okay. Johnson recalled to the Tribune in 1987. This is where we got our start, 517 East 63rd Street. I found someone who believed in me and someone who was willing to let me rent out that space. I paid $35 a month, worked a job during the day, and went there every night to work. The business grew rapidly. By 1958, Johnson Products had begun selling products aimed not just at men, but at women as well. Okay, so as you see here, the products initially for men, hair products, for men. That year, the company was large enough to occupy the entire second floor of a South Side warehouse. And 2 years later, it bought a 3-story building. In 1964, the business began generating $1 million a year in revenue. That's a lot for 1964. For the first time, and within the next several years, Johnson Products rolled out the Afro Sheen hair care line and the Ultra Sheen No Base Cream Relaxer. Johnson steered his company through explosive growth, generating $12 million in sales in 1970 and $37 million in revenue by 1975. That's wow. 37 million, oh goodness, that's in 1975. That's a lot. Johnson Products went public in 1971 on the American Stock Exchange, the first Black-owned company to do so. In 1971, there's a lot of Chicago first. I know I'm talking proud about it. In 1971, Johnson's firm began sponsoring the syndicated TV show Soul Train, which also started in Chicago, which relocated production from Los Angeles to Chicago as a result. No, Soul Train started Don Cornelius. It was Chicago, but the other way around. But anyways, his investment helped popularize the show further while also offering Johnson Products greater exposure. The show did a great deal for us. Well, let me see. Hold on. Yeah, we know Don Cornelius. Let me just hold on. Okay, we know Don Cornelius. Yeah, also born in the Bronzeville neighborhood. You got to understand. Oh yeah, they've been trying to gentrify Southside. Yeah, I lived in Bronzeville for a short period. They've been trying to gentrify the Bronzeville neighborhood, but that's where a lot of the black folks, established black folks, it's a lot about the South Side of Chicago y'all don't realize. Okay, yes, we definitely had and still have black communities. All right, black people who own this. Trust me, there's a reason why black folks was coming from the South all going to Chicago, cities like Chicago, even though now we may laugh at Chicago and even Detroit, but y'all don't know once upon a time. All right, even when you think of WVON, the radio station, Yeah, okay. Yeah, Soul Train, Star Chicago, WCIU TV. The program entered national syndication and moved to Los Angeles the following year. Okay, so I think they got it kind of wrong with this Tribune article. And Don Cornelius being born He was actually born in Chicago, Bronzeville, where a lot of people of that age, they usually came from the South and migrated to Chicago, or their family migrated when they were young children. But yeah, we have a direct connection to the South. A lot of Black people in Chicago. Hold on. So where was I? The show Soul Train did a great deal for us. Johnson told the Tribune in 2012. By around 1977, our sales had gone from 12 million in 1971 to 40 million. The company's success grew larger, deeper pocketed. The company's success drew larger, deeper-pocketed competitors. It also found itself in the crosshairs of the Federal Trade Commission, which in 1975 required the company to expand its warning label to 5 paragraphs to inform consumers that one of its hair relaxer products ingredients was lye. While Johnson's company already had warnings on its labels, it complied with the FTC, which assured Johnson's products that it would require hair relaxer products made by white-owned businesses to do so well. Let me read that again. Which assured Johnson's products that it would require hair relaxer products made by white-owned businesses to do so as well. Like saying, okay, we'll do this. Yeah, okay, we'll put these disclaimers or whatever, but make sure that the white own because there are white, saying that the white-owned hair relaxer product companies make sure they do it as well. However, that didn't happen right away. Johnson told the Tribune in 1987, and the upshot was that it crimped Johnson's product sales and damaged the company's consumer loyalty in the Black community. Wow. You couldn't tell Black beauticians back then that our product was still good, Johnson said. They made the choice by looking at our package with a 5-paragraph warning and looking at those that had none. I didn't think we'd ever recover from it. Despite being beset by financial problems, Johnson's products remained a force well into the 1980s. In 1985, the company signed a multi-year endorsement deal with a young Chicago Bulls basketball player named Michael Jordan. Johnson Products also signed Jordan's mother, Dolores, to an endorsement deal. In 1988, Johnson's wife, Joan, whom he had married in 1950, filed for divorce. Hold on. Yeah. Oh yeah, but they remarried. Okay, even though this is his wife Joan, but they eventually remarried and until her death, and then he married again in his latter years. Okay, hold on. It's kind of hard having to always click around. Yes, this is the late Joan. Yeah, he had married her in 1950. Understand that she was also pivotal in developing Johnson products. All right. Sorry, before her death. Okay, Joan Betty Henderson Johnson. Okay, who he had married in 1950. Yeah. But in 1988, she filed for divorce. Johnson exited as Johnson's Products chairman and CEO in 1989. And as part of the divorce settlement, he turned over his controlling stock to Joan, whom became the company's boss and majority shareholder. In 1993, she oversaw Johnson's Products sales to Miami-based pharmaceutical firm Ivax Corporation. It's like the worst nightmare I ever could have had. It's like the worst nightmare I could have ever had, Johnson told the Tribune in 1993. Never in my wildest dreams when I was building this company did I believe it would wind up out of the Black community. Ivax sold Johnson Products in 2004 to Procter & Gamble. Which then sold it to a consortium of Black-owned investors in 2009. understand. I'm kind of absorbing this in. Johnson also served as chairman of the board of Independence Bank, which he helped found in 1964. He later was chair of the bank's holding company, Indicorp, and he remained chairman until overseeing Indicorp's sale to Chicago-based Shore Bank in 1995. Johnson also served on the U.S. Postal Service's Board of Governors beginning in 1971. In addition, he was the first Black member of the board of directors of Commonwealth Edison, ComEd, think electricity. And he also served on the boards of the Chicago Urban League, Northwestern Memorial Hospital, and the Lyric Opera Chicago. Now he had when his wife, they had remarried. Okay, him and Joan Betty Henderson, but they remained married until she died, I believe, around 2019. However, he did in 2023, he remarried, okay, Madeline Murphy, who is she's an art collector, curator, and for the knowing, she has her own history. Hold on a second. She kind of has her own history here. Okay, Madeline Murphy Rabb. So you're like, I gotta have me a wife before I leave. Married her in 2023. She was married to Madeline Murphy Rabb, collector, dealer, and lover of the art. She's born in Delaware, but raised, or lived most of her life after high school and college in Chicago. Yeah, so just for the knowing, she kind of has her own history. And being married to this brother here, ophthalmologist, Dr. Maurice Fab. Okay. From Louisville, Kentucky, but he served as, came to Chicago, established his private practice specializing in retinal diseases in downtown Chicago, something that African Americans were not doing at the time. In his notable career, he served as director of the Illinois Eye Bank and Research Laboratory of the University of Illinois Medical School, director of the fluorescein angiography laboratory at the Michael Reese Hospital in Chicago, and as co-director of the Sickle Cell Center at the University of Illinois Medical Center. Now, he had passed away in 2005. So so this woman here, so she's she got with some, so this collector, dealer, lover of art, and she's also a curator, also residing, I believe she's still residing in Chicago, although originally from Delaware. So she's been with some powerful brothers, huh? But you go ahead. But but she has her own history, all right? She has her own history as an art collector and curator. All right, but they married. Let me see. It says here that so she's a history. She has her own history. So what does it say here? It says here. So his first wife had died. He had remarried her. He remarried his wife in 1995. He had remarried her until she died in 2019. They remained married. So that's good. They got back together. And in 2023, that's when he married Madeline Murphy Rabb, as I believe. Let me make sure I'm certain. And Johnson has survived, but she's still alive, Madeline Murphy Rabb. And he has 3 sons, Eric, John, and George Jr., a daughter, Joan Marie, 10 grandchildren, and 7 great-grandchildren. It said that I believe he had, let me see if I were to go to Wiki, a respiratory illness. Yeah, that's terrible, but I'm glad. Well, I don't know if I should say glad because I can never get used to death, but at least he lived a long, yeah, at least he lived a long life, long, prosperous life. So that's all good. And he was able to have, oh boy, you see they up in here trolling. Hold on, Reef. You got the did you get the wrench? You taking care of that? Hold on. Do you have a wrench, Reef? Let me give you a wrench. I gotta give you the power. Okay. All right. Yeah. All right. Y'all been trying to troll me for years. If you ain't stopped me yet, you don't think you're gonna do that anytime soon. Yeah. Okay. If I was able to take on Soto Nation and the spear, what do you think? You think that that's going to stop me? Only one that has that power is the Most High Yahuwah and my husband. But yeah. Yeah, and I see I gotta go over there and still delete comments. Yeah, because they're just spamming my comment section. But yeah, so I also wanted to, I did not expect to be up in here this long. Oh, let me share this. Is this was it NBC News? I want to share this clip, or is it the one with the WGN? Yeah, I know when people talk about Chicago and you got these, just like with Haiti, right? These misconceptions. Y'all don't know the history of my city.
In the 70s and 80s, Afro Sheen became a household name. For the Chicago businessman behind the Powerhouse products, the brand is about much more than hair trends. I sat down with George E. Johnson to talk about his culture-shaping career, his groundbreaking products, and the lessons he learned along the way.
And I'm purposely not blowing it up for copyright reasons.
I think God has been good to me.
He may not be as spry as he used to be, and we haven't heard much from him in decades. But at 97 years of age, George E. Johnson's memory is sharp as a tack.
Before I decide on what I'll do, I always start with Afro Sheen shampoo.
The man who put black hair care on the map has gratitude that goes all the way back to the beginning.
My mother brought me to Chicago. I was 2 years old in 1929. And I thank God for her every day because she got me out of Mississippi.
That commitment to family set an example that would serve him for nearly a century.
I was 25 years old. I had a wife. I had 2 children, a 2-year-old and a 2-month-old, and no future.
Until that one fateful meeting on a February day in the late 50s with barber Orville Nelson. The two men met in an elevator at Chicago's Fuller Products Company. Johnson worked at the company as a chemist. At the time, it was the largest black-owned cosmetics business in the country. Nelson had developed a hair straightening product for black hair and hoped the company could help him take it to the next level. The Fuller Company wasn't interested in getting into the barber business and turned him away.
So I told him, I work in the lab, and I don't know what you're talking about, but if you have a card, give me your card, and when I get some time, I'll come and see if I can help you.
Johnson put the card in his dresser drawer. 2 months later, he noticed it. His entrepreneurial curiosity got the best of him, so he stopped by Nelson's shop.
When I walked in the door, I was shocked. That barbershop was so busy, no place to sit, no place to stand. All 4 chairs were busy, and they were moving their hands like they were racing.
Back in the day, black people with traditionally thick curly hair wanted to fit into white culture. hoping to be hired for jobs. So they took the curl out by straightening it with chemicals.
They were straightening the hair to get it straight enough to be able to put a finger wave in the hair.
With Johnson's help and expertise, this new product would revolutionize the African-American man's hair care business. Here's a photo of Nelson with one of his celebrity clients, singer Nat King Cole, on the cover of Ebony magazine in 1954.
It took 9 months to find an emulsifying agent that could tolerate a pH of 15, and that's really high. That was a good beginning of Johnson Products.
Johnson borrowed $250 from a loan company to start the business. Not easy for a man of color in those days. It took a couple of tries and a lie that he needed the money to take his wife on vacation. He got the check and raised the other $250 from friends.
I was able to get everything I needed to make the first batch. When I wrote the last check, I had $1 left in the bank. I had spent $499. The $500 stood up, and I was able to make a good batch and get going in the business.
Johnson's products took off, first with Ultra Wave, then Ultra Sheen.
Ultra Sheen hair care products make a special statement about you.
And as society changed, then came Afro Sheen.
The new Afro Sheen Blowout Kit.
Yeah, it gets rid of tangles and leaves your fro fuller and fluffier.
When Dr. King started telling people, be yourself, black is beautiful, what God gave you is good enough, and people started going for the natural. And what else? I had to make up for what we were losing with Ultra Sheen, and created Afro Sheen. Vince Cullers was my first black advertising agent, and he created some tremendous ads. That were kids at one end of the hall.
You gotta understand, I'm a early to mid 70s baby. My memories of Soul Train now go back to like the late 70s. But yeah.
And somebody at the other hand, and one said, 1, 2, Wazuri. It was a great thing.
Afro Sheen, Afro Sheen.
And the ads that he did were very different from ads that you've seen black people in for years on TV. And they were uplifting ads.
By that time, JPC had garnered 80% of the black hair care business in the country, becoming the first black company to go public on the New York Stock Exchange in 1971. That same year, he put the popular dance party show Soul Train on national TV with his sponsorship.
Has been brought to you by Johnson Products Company. Makers
You always see them commercials. And that continued into the 80s, 90s. You be watching Soul Train. That's when you be seeing them commercials.
Ultra Sheen and Afro Sheen hair care products.
But before that, Johnson built a business like none other. By 1960, he offered profit sharing to his employees, provided full health care, an on-site nurse, family leave, and college tuition reimbursement, among other things, and a building that made civil rights leader Dr. Martin Luther King Jr. proud.
When I built that building on 85th and Lafayette, that was deliberate.
85th and Lafayette.
Because I wanted to put something up there that black people would be proud and would be inspired by. Dr. King came in the door, and he looked around, and he looked up, and then he looked down, and he said, "Now this is black power." And I never forgot that. Oh, it felt good.
Johnson's life became iconic, but he never chronicled it until one day, Thanksgiving 3 years ago, something hit him out of the blue.
It's November 21st, 2021. I had an epiphany, and in that experience, I clearly heard 5 words: "You must tell your story."
No Black-owned business had ever been traded publicly.
And his memoir, Afro Sheen, How I Revolutionized an Industry with the Golden Rule, was born. His wife of 3 years, art consultant Madeline Rabb, helped him along the way.
It's been wonderful because this is how we started our relationship with this book. There's never been anything but the book. And some of my friends are like, okay, all right already. When is it going to be done? But it's never going to be done because it's a great story.
Over the years, Johnson's received several honorary doctorates, won myriad honors and accolades. He's made friends with celebrities, civil rights leaders, presidents, and the like. But he maintains what he's most proud of, and what's in the title of his new book is how he's lived his life all of these years by following one rule and one rule only.
The golden rule says, do unto others as you would have others do unto you. And that's what I tried to do. What I tried to do is give people the best I could. And that's what I think our success came from.
His book, Afro Sheen, How I Revolutionized an Industry with a Golden Rule from Soul Train to Wall Street, is co-written by Hillary Beard. It's available everywhere books are sold.
I'm about to get that. I'm about to get that. That was great. What? Oh my goodness. I had expected to just talk about the FBA for like 15 minutes and then go into this. This is what I wanted to focus. I'm so sorry, y'all. Because I had planned on, I said, do I do it separately? But then I was like, I knew that I wanted y'all attention to this for sure. But now I wish I still would have done this separately, like as I intended. And talking about this separate from Tariq Nasheed. Really, I do. Although I'm glad those who are still listening. Yeah, this is very, very inspiring. Very inspiring. You know, and understand. Okay, hold on. Let me give you the link. I hope I'm able to keep this up. Fair use. I tried to hold on. Which was it? The WGN from that's the Chicago station. Let me see. Where is? I got it on the tab. Hold on. Copy. I'm going to put it in. Okay. Yeah, I guess it's it's at a WGN site, WGN Chicago News. And that's what it was. WGN that Soul Train would play on. Oh man, these commercials. Somebody has made a playlist of these commercials. Afro, yeah. Of course, y'all know this one.
McKenna. Serene, majestic.
I'm sure you guys have seen now they're using the. I know I've used this in like GIFs and.
Beautiful Queen of Sheba. Yes, so great was the beauty of this magnificent black woman, it has become legendary. And now, out of the mist of 3,000 years, emerges today's beautiful black queen. Naturally beautiful, radiant, she is black essence. And her beautiful natural hair is her crowning glory. Today's beautiful queen uses Afro Sheen. Afro Sheen concentrated shampoo pampers and conditions as it cleans. Afro Sheen conditioner and hairdress is a royal feast for your hair. Afro Sheen comb easy places every hair at your command. And Afro Sheen hairspray for sheen adorns your beautiful crown. Yes, your natural expression of pride is beautifully expressed with Afro Sheen. Afro Sheen, beautiful products for a beautiful people.
She has like the most perfect afro. I mean, well, we that's probably why we started calling it afro. Yeah, because when I was, we said natural. You're natural. Yeah, but being Afro Sheen, but you understand because there was part of the Black nationalist movement of the late 60s and 70s was also connecting Afro. That's when Afrocentrism, and actually, yeah, that was a part of that Black nationalist, Black pride movement era, it was linked with Afrocentrism. That's what we got to understand. Boy, what a different time, I must say. So eventually, the natural, the Frederick Douglass. Now, this is a little some of these a little before my memory or because I was a baby. Now, this is the stuff. Yeah, this is a little. Yeah,
began to fight for freedom and dignity for all our.
You forgotten something?
Say who were.
Oh yeah, Frederick Douglass. I'm not supposed to claim him, but you know what? I don't believe that Frederick Douglass was biracial. I don't, and I've explained why.
Hey, aren't you Frederick Douglass?
But regardless.
Yeah, we studied about you in school yesterday, about how you were a slave and how you took your own freedom, and then began to fight for freedom and dignity for all our people. Say, but what did I forget?
Are you going to go out into the world with your hair looking like that?
Well, Mr. Douglas, times have changed. We wear the natural now.
You call that a natural?
Yeah,
that's a mess.
When I was a kid in the 70s, yeah, that's what we said, natural. That was the more commonly used term.
I've been watching the progress of our people, and I'm quite familiar with the natural. And I'm also aware that it is worn as an outward expression of pride and dignity. So haven't you forgotten?
Right. My Afro Sheen comb easy and hairspray for Sheen. I can dig this getting my fro together.
My sentiments almost exactly.
Well, how's this, Mr. Douglas? Mr. Douglas? Man, ain't nobody gonna believe this.
Yeah, that's probably why also we begin to call
Sure.
Now, yeah, this is more of the commercials of my memory. Okay, because understand I started school in the late 70s. So this is more with my memory.
He's into Afro Sheen, but I like doing my own thing. And I know Afro Sheen is great for hair that's natural or straight. Before I decide on what I'll do, I always start with Afro Sheen shampoo. I don't worry about my hair looking dry with conditioner and hairdress standing by. And when there's a problem with itching and flakes, the medicated has got what it takes. When I want my look to say, all right, a cornrow is really out of sight. Comb Easy makes it a breeze to comb through and braid with natural ease. And Spray for Sheen adds that extra touch for the glow in my hair. He loves so much. I may change my hairstyles frequently, but change from Afro Sheen, hey, not me.
Afro Sheen. For all that Afro means.
Oh, my husband's calling. Give me a second. Yeah. Now, understand this is the late 70s. So understand as we were going into the 80s, all right. And it was once again, I guess Black folks felt it was time for assimilation again, as we were going into the post-disco era 80s. But we were still more so about textured styles. There was still, so that's when we kind of went through, like some people feel that the Jerry curl was a biracial look. No, the biracial look is not a wet look necessarily. But it was a way of, you got to understand, there was also still that pressure of assimilation. We're no longer in the 70s. We're going into the so-called conservative 80s. And then eventually, you had the Jerry curl, and yeah, although it was still considered a more Afro, being that there was still the curl. It was still a textured look. Yeah, I remember, but I definitely remember. Oh my gosh, I have been looking for this commercial. People finally got it uploaded. Okay, I guess they had it in TikTok. They finally got it uploaded. For years, I was looking for this right here. They used to play when I was like in junior high, 86. Classy Curl Super is ready to roll. I've been looking for this. Oh, and I found another commercial. I needed to do this separately. Yes, I love it too. I love it all, including the Jerry curls. I got my curl. I got my Jerry curl. Yeah, that was definitely the thing by the early 80s. By 1983, that's when we were all getting Jerry curls. That's when me and my brother, we got our Jerry curl. It was Carefree Curl. This woman on the west side of Chicago who would be doing our family's hair. She was real professional with it. Had everything. Yeah, that's why I got my first Jerry curl. It was me and my brother getting it done together. And they cut it short. You see as short as this thing. They had cut my hair because, first I was upset. They cut my hair just about as short as this woman's ears. I was mad because my mama was mad that my auntie she didn't want no general treatment to relax in my hair. And so my mama was mad at my auntie for doing, but so for them to give me the curl, they had cut my hair really short. It was like this woman's hair. But in no time, it was like, bam, no time, your hair would grow. But yes, brother, man, it's pretty much, oh boy, here you go. But, okay, you want to keep going there? No, we ain't no FBA over here, honey. No FBA. No, we're not under Tariq's patent, or we're not under the trademark over here. Okay, we're not brands over here, but we're talking about brands, however.
Under control. It's tough enough. And classic curl regular still sets the pace for fine or normal hair. It's ahead of the race for long lasting curls that are up to speed. Regular or super has the strength and need. Classic curl, home curl, it's tough enough. They're tough enough.
I'm shocked though the Jerry curl hasn't came back. I've seen a lot of things like from the 70s and 80s make comebacks, like bell bottoms coming back in the 80s. I mean in the 90s. But how come Jerry curls ain't? They say they got something they calling it like the Jenny curl or something like that. How come Jerry curls? Have we been so embarrassed? Jerry curl didn't make a comeback because we all had it. We could crack jokes ever since that with the Coming to America. I'm shocked that Jerry curl ain't came back. But I would tell you, because I got my theory. Like in talking about, I don't want to, the exotical sector, some people, some crybabies. Even though I could easily just make another channel and upload all them videos exposing them. But I really think I'm realizing that this whole thing with exotic, part of this, the agenda with this exotical movement, like when I'm thinking of this AI channel that they got, I think, and making mockery of bead files and all that. And then all of a sudden I'm noticing there's these female doing videos, talking about they're sick of their 4C hair. And I'm like, well, all of a sudden I'm seeing videos like this. I really think that they've been really trying to make you believe that the natural hair movement is dead. I think that because they've been losing money. Do you see how our people have been able to become millionaires, multimillionaires through the hair industry? They are making a lot of money because our hair is something that is so unique. Okay. When you consider the success of Madam C.J. Walker, some of Georgie Johnson, who I'm just talking about, Fuller, when you consider how, and that's the one thing when we talk about Black-owned business or ethnic-owned businesses, that's the one thing, like, okay, like in the United States, Mexicans, they kind of dominate with the laundromats, and, you have the Koreans with the beauty supply stores and the nails, but the one thing that we still tend to have dominance is when it comes to the salons, black beauty salons and barbershops. That's all. That's why I didn't appreciate with that movie Barbershop, putting focus on the white barber like that. Our hair is so unique, and it's so, and and people have found, hair. I had did a report when I was still in college around 2010. I had did a report, and in my research, been, My degree's in merchandising management, and and I also took up fashion design and all that. And I found out that our people spend more money on hair related products and services more than any other. Yeah. That's where the majority of our money is going. That's what I had found out. So there's always been money in black hair, and other people know this. The Koreans know this. That's why they would put out booklets and pamphlets, and only in their language about our hair, studying us, studying our hair, studying. Do you understand? And I'm not saying to start a company, with relaxes and stuff, but this has been really hurtful to the industry. Black women going natural and going more for black. Yeah. I remember 10 years ago, they were talking about how 10, 15 years ago that they don't having to throw out box perms, and because we're not buying, it's like either we're this or that we're in two extremes. Either we're totally natural or we getting the lace front wigs, but there's not much in between, like how it was perhaps in the 90s and 80s with, still getting the box perms, and, we're not getting box perms as we were. We're not getting our hair, you know what I'm saying? It's either the lace front wigs and the bundles or just straight natural. And that's not good for those who have been making money. Yeah, sad to say. Sad to say, Reef. So I believe that some of these channels, I'm noticing, like with that one AI channel, as much as I want to confront, but it's like, it looks silly going against AI. But I'm noticing this mockery of our BDB, like they talked about my struggle locks, and they're really trying to get black females to, I really, like, ooh, you don't like your 4C, 4B, 4C hair. You want your hair to be like this. They're really, really, I think that's what it is. You want your hair to be like this, and you don't want your hair to be and making all these mockery of our hair being unmoisturized or whatever. Yeah. And see, of course, that's not going to affect somebody like me, but somebody younger. They're hoping that younger, that's just a theory. I'm just, yeah, because I noticed that the focus is even more so, on hair. Do you understand what I'm saying? It's a lot of, and then at the same time, they're putting the spotlight on these TikTok videos of black female, all of a sudden, almost as if they're being paid or being told to make videos talking about how much you hate your hair, your 4C hair. I'm not saying that there are some people aren't really people who, but it just seemed like it's all of a sudden. You know what I'm saying? Whoa, we're gonna have to talk about this. You're telling these AI channels are started in right? Yeah, because it's a channel where everything that they're saying, they're taking it from AI. Like, how do I respond to? Okay, she said this. How do I clap back? I had to look into this myself. They're even on how to clap back so you can say, wow, this is really something to think about. I get back to you on that. Yeah, it's an AI channel. I was responding to it, then I was like, oh my gosh, what am I doing? I'm looking crazy because I wasn't getting it. It wasn't registering that this is like. Because I was like, why are they repeating the same? Like they're saying it like kind of the same. And people were telling me this is like, I get it that the images were AI, but I didn't really grasp. Okay, they're making because you got people up in here. They're making diss tracks solely using AI. So they know how to duplicate our slang and stuff. Right, that's what I'm realizing. I have my little theories, but you're really, you got me wanting to look further into it. But yeah, I know I should have did this separate. Oh, I have found, finally found this commercial. Now this had popped up, recommended to me the other day. And because I saw the thumbnail and I was like, wait, because I have been looking for this commercial to show it to y'all. I remember talking about it to y'all, but I could never find it. But then I saw it in the thumbnail and I knew I recognized this thumbnail. Now this is from, it was a commercial from the early 90s. And I remember when I saw this, and it didn't just air when Soul Train or Video Soul was on. This was a mainstream commercial. Because around this time, especially 92, there was another wave of pro-blackness, if you will, okay? And Afrocentrism in the late 80s and early 90s. And a lot of that was promoted by hip-hop culture at that time, even though we totally don't think anything pro-black or conscious now when we think hip-hop. But at that time, there was this, the conscious era, if you will, of hip-hop. And, and it's sad to say, things like the Central Park 5 and the Rodney King and the Tawana Brawley, sad to say, But yeah, there was like this, if you will, black renaissance or pro-black renaissance in the late 80s, early 90s. So this was also reflected in the advertisements. And I remember seeing this ad air, not just when Video Soul, I remember just watching like MTV or something and this ad came on. Like watching NBC, and I was like, wow, it was a Coca-Cola ad. And I've been looking for this ad. So I was so happy to find this. Because I remember I was in my apartment. Now they saying that this is from Video Soul from December 93. We were still kind of, even though you now had the Chronic album, there was still that, we were still kind of still influenced by that conscious era, that conscious wave of like from 1988 to 1992. It was still in effect, you know what I'm saying, by 93. So there was this ad here, and I was like, wow. I remember watching it as a young adult.
By Coca-Cola. Always real, always Coca-Cola.
The ad said they were looking for the classic all-American beauty. So I thought to myself, hey.
How you be? That, I couldn't believe it. I was like, I've been looking for this commercial. And when I saw this commercial, I was like, well, I really felt things were going to change. And then by the time Lauryn Hill, by the mid 90s started, I was like, oh. And then by the late, her breaking records and also being seen as a beauty icon, Lauryn Hill, and she was the first person to really get me to want to go natural. Now I believe that was the supermodel Tamiko Fraser, who was also she was a cover girl, I believe too. And you look at her features and not so aquiline, and her hair and and also you had songs like Arrested Development, Natural. I'm trying to blow this up because I want to see this commercial. But I was like, you've never seen it? Yes. I have been looking for this commercial. It aired, and not just when Video Soul or Soul Train aired. I remember seeing this, and I was like in shock. Because around the same time you had the white supermodel Cindy Crawford doing the, Pepsi commercials. But then Coca-Cola come with this. And I really felt, so it's really disappointing when I see how things, and I can imagine how some people probably felt by the early 80s, by the late 70s, early 80s, after all that Black is Beautiful and all of that. And now we're back putting chemicals in our hair and stuff. Everybody, so I can imagine, how people probably felt.
By Coca-Cola. Always real, always Coca-Cola.
Yeah, the commercial starts here. I remember, I was like, wow. And that because they usually wouldn't present beautiful Black women looking like this. Even if they had darker skin, they definitely, I had not seen like natural, and on a young woman, okay? Like I remember when Marla Gibbs dared on 227 to cut her hair short. You know, at the same time you had Jackie Harry with her big hair, and you know, but Marla Gibbs cutting her hair eventually on 227. That was like, but this being a young woman and she's beautiful.
The ad said they were looking for the classic all-American beauty. So I thought.
And then they called her the classic all-American beauty. Like, wow. I said, okay. I thought, and you gotta understand, I was a young adult. I wasn't even I wasn't exactly 20 years old yet. I had my own apartment, but so I really needed to see this. And also, you know, you had the Arrested Development song Natural.
Said they were looking.
Always Coca-Cola.
The ad said they were looking for the classic all-American beauty. So I thought to myself, hey.
How you be is how you be. And no one
A separate commercial.
can tell you how to cut your hair. Always you. Always Coca-Cola.
See, Michael Jackson in the 80s had me Pepsi, supporting Pepsi. But by the 90s, I had to support Coca-Cola, you know. Because you remember you had the Cola Wars in the 80s, Pepsi versus Coke, and Michael Jackson. See, that's why Pepsi did him wrong. Pepsi did him wrong. All the money. How dare they drop Michael Jackson? All the money. Because, yeah, you know, in the 70s, it was more about Coca-Cola. 70s, you know, Coca-Cola was the primary cola. Coca-Cola, then Pepsi. Pepsi was number 2. But then after the Michael Jackson commercial, I know these things shouldn't matter and we shouldn't be drinking cola anyway. But after the Michael Jackson, you know, join the Pepsi. Oh, so you had the cola, and that led to the Cola Wars. And that's why Coca-Cola had to do their little stunt with the new Coke, which was a game of reason to bring back Coca-Cola Classic. Yeah. But yeah, don't get me wrong, Pepsi in the 90s, they had that Crystal. I was drinking Crystal Pepsi. I ain't gonna lie. But yeah, Coca-Cola, I get all the points for that. Yes, I was like, man, they are wrong. They are. Oh, I told my husband I was gonna call him back, but I just wanted to share that with y'all. So let me get out of here, y'all, and go about my day. We're gonna have to talk about this separately. We're not done talking about Georgie Johnson, his legacy, that commercial, both of those commercials. So you see, now I know that other commercial, I remember first seeing that. I was not watching videos, and this is great. And look what was going on. What happened? Look at remember Mae Jemison and the first black woman in space, and you know, so yeah. So what happened? What the heck happened? And it wasn't nobody feeling like they had to hate on her and do these comparisons. So what? Yeah, you know, it seemed as if, you know, brothers supporting the sisters. It wasn't this feeling like we in this competition with each other. And I know things weren't perfect, okay? We know from the songs and nothing was perfect. We know from the songs, we know from the hip hop songs, we know from the movies, like, you know, Waiting to Excel. I'm not saying things were perfect. Well, Waiting to Excel, that was a little later, all that stuff. But I mean, I'm just saying, it's still though, it just, man, but I really thought that, yeah, we had that little, just like how it was, I'm sure in the late 60s and early mid 70s, you had this like Black Renaissance, if you will, and it happened again in the late 80s into the early 90s, even with the supermodels. That was the beautiful Tamiko Fraser, who had also became like a cover girl. So, but the thing is, you know, this shouldn't be a trend. Now, yes, I'm about now wanting to represent Yasharel, but this shouldn't be, a lot of this is a trend to people. And that's the thing. Oh, now it's in to be natural. Now it's not. And yeah, it's really like what I've been seeing. I've been really pleased with what I've been seeing with the natural hair boom and movement, but they're trying to make it like this is just a trend. And let's not feed into this idea that the natural hair movement is dead. Okay. Let's not feed into it. And I am not one to be attacking sisters because they decide to wear perms and weave, put perms in it. No, but this idea that the natural hair movement, like it was just a movement or just a phase or no, it's not dead. Okay. And so let's stop feeding into that. Oh man, I'd rather you wear a wig any day, bundles any day over the relaxers. When I learned the details working on my Ancient Egypt series, and when I talked about the mummification process and why it is that you have mummies with straight hair and what the mummification process did, so I had to learn about how perms and relaxers, work and stripping the sulfide bonds. When you really learn, like, oh my gosh, I can't believe we were doing that. I can't believe I was doing that to my hair for years. When you really learn, that straight strips your hair and straight break the sulfide bonds. And when you realize our hair being already flat, thus having less elasticity, porosity. Do you understand what I'm saying? When you really learn the details, you're like, oh no, there's no way I would ever again put relaxer in my hair. Absolutely not. All right. Even if I may, but I would never ever again. And that's the thing, when you go natural, and I was definitely weave queen, but when you go natural, you see things differently. So like when they're making fun of bead files, of course that's not going to affect me because I totally see things differently. I'm not the same person when it comes to how I see hair. Not that I can still see a fly style that happened to be straightened, usually those are shortcuts, but you just see things. It does something to you. So let me get out of here. Got to tend to my husband and my family. I'll get back with you guys later. Much peace, much love, family. Thanks for joining.